Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating this website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So this website is going to be animated using GSAP. So when I refresh this page, look how everything is animating. Look at these lines. Okay, everything is animating nicely. The navigation is animating. Okay, we have also scroll animations. When we scroll, each section is animating in. Okay, we have nice have animations. Okay, nice scroll animations. All right, so now we have all these animations. This website is also responsive. Okay, so when I press F12, we can view this website on a mobile, and everything is going to be nice on every screen. Okay, so now I can also go to the responsive tab, and we can, make the whole thing responsive. Okay, everything adapts to the whatever screen size you're using. Okay, yeah, that's it for this showcase. So if you have any questions or any comments, you can ask me through the comment section. If you're new to this channel, please don't forget to like, comment and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Okay, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so we're going to start with the header section. So this is the header that we're going to start with. Okay, so we're going to do the animation, the buttons and the navigation. Okay, so as you can see, I have a file called variables. So this file is like responsible for all the variables we're going to be using. I didn't want to do this on the video because I don't want to waste your time doing these variables on the video. But like you can download these variables from GitHub. So I have a folder called starter. You can download the starter folder. So in that folder there's just images that we're going to be using and this file, and that's it. So we're going to be creating everything from scratch. Okay, so let's create an index file, index.html. I'm going to generate the boilerplate, and then I'm going to change the title to agency website. You can name this website whatever you want, and then I'm going to be opening this with live server. So this is the final product. So this is the one we're working on, and this is the final website. Okay, so for this one, in the styles, we're going to be creating a new file, and then this one is going to be style.scss. So this is like the main base style. We're going to be including some Sass partials like variables, utilities, main, whatever. So anything that we want to create as a separate component, we can create a new Sass partial. For example, a button, we can create like a partial for buttons only and a partial for something else. You can create as many as you want. Alright, so in the styles.css, in here I'm going to be doing a basic page resetting, setting the margin padding to 0 and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so padding 0, margin 0, and box sizing. We're going to set that to border box. And then by default I want the list style to none, so those are like bullet points on the like list items, so list style to none. Okay, as for the font, I'm going to be using can't remember the font I've been using in this one, so it's Montserrat actually. So we need to go to the Google Fonts, okay, so Montserrat, so this is the one that we want. I'm going to get rid of the fonts that I've used before, so I'm going to be selecting all the way from 400 all the way to 800. Okay, so make sure there's no italic, it's just the regular one. So 400, 500, 600, 700, and then finally 800, like this, and then copy everything. Go to the index, paste it down here, and then copy the font family down here, style, and then I'm going to put that in the body. I put in here, and also now we need font awesome. We're going to be using some icons from font awesome. I'm going to say CDN, content delivery network. Okay, so in here we're going to be selecting a version which is not the beta version. Copy this link tag, and then go to the index. Below this, I'm just gonna paste the link for font awesome. Okay, so now that's done for the font awesome. Now we just need to watch Sass to generate the CSS file. Okay, so now we've generated the CSS file. We just need to link that. You can do it after the title. You can type link, and then we're going to say styles, and then we're going to link the style.css. Okay, so I'm gonna close all these pages. Alright, so now we've done the linking. Let's just check if this is working actually. Background color, let's just put that to red temporarily. Okay, yeah, as you can see, everything works. So now that's it for the setup. I'm pretty sure that's it. Now we just need to do the basic styles, and for here in the body I'm going to say font size. You can actually make a variable for the font size. In this case I'm not going to do that, but you can make a variable. I'm going to say 1.2 rem, and then the color, the default color is going to be white, so it's going to be color white. So that's the variable name. So we actually need to import these variables for us to use them. To import them, we're going to just type import. So we're going to be looking for the directory where the variables are, which is the same folder. We just use a dot and a slash and then the name. So you don't need to also include the extension. You don't need to include the extension because we're using a partial. So Sass automatically knows what it is, so we don't need to say variables to Sass. Alright, so now I'm also going to change the background color from the default one to a variable. So the one I'm using is called color BG. Color BG, make sure it's correct, the name you, okay, color BG. And then the body, I'm also going to set the position of the body to relative. Okay, I might want to position absolute some stuff later on. Okay, so now we should have like a nice background. That's it for the background. Background looks nice. And then after the body I'm going to say P. I'm going to target all the paragraphs. I want to give them a different color. All of the paragraphs by default they're going to have a color of light, I believe, color light. And then the font weight, by default I'm going to set that to 500, and then I'm going to give them a line height as well. Line height by default is going to be 1.6 rem. You can experiment with these values to see which ones fit for you. Okay, and all of the anchor tags I'm also going to give them font weight. So the font weight for the anchor tag, I'm gonna set it to 500 also, 500, and then font family is going to be inherit, and then we're going to say font size also to inherit. It's going to inherit the font, whatever style, whatever stuff you've put in the body, or whatever stuff is in the parent, it depends. So it's just going to inherit that. And then text decoration is equals to none. And then finally the color, we're going to say color white. We're going to give it a white color. Okay, so that's it for that. Now let's make the header. So to do the header, we're going to put a separate style for the header section. Okay, for each and every section you can do separate styles. So I'm just gonna create a new partial. So this one is called header. Make sure it's correct spelling. .scss. Okay, so this one is responsible for the header. Also, I'm going to be using the variables. You need to import them here as well. So you do import variables. It should be variables. I did variable. I don't know why it's variable. It should be variables, but it doesn't matter. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, so now that's for the header. Let's go into the body. So into the body, I'm going to do a header. I'm gonna say header dot header. So this class of header. Okay, so now we have that, and then after the header we have the main section. I'm gonna say main dot main content. Okay, that's that. After that, I want like some lines that are gonna go vertically. So I'm gonna, after the main, I'm gonna say dot lines. Okay, so lines, in the lines we're going to have like 4 lines. So to do that, I'm gonna say dot line. Oops, make sure it's a dot line. I'm gonna use a $sign to increment line, and then multiply by 4. It's going to increment from line 1 2 3 4. Okay, so now as you can see, it's incrementing. Okay, so now that we have lines, we need to style these lines. Okay, so I'm gonna copy, actually it should be lines. I'm gonna create a new partial. So this I'm gonna just name it lines.scss. Okay, so the lines, we're also going to import, oops, we're going to import the variables. Okay, so now we've imported the variables. Let's start doing the lines. So the lines, they're gonna have a height of 100%, and then width 100. My auto completion sometimes is weird. 100%, and then we're going to do position absolute, and then we want it to be at the top, which is 0%, 0, and then left 0 as well, left 0, and then we're going to display them to flex. So want them to be line by side by side. Display flex, justify content to space between. Okay, and also actually we don't want to space between, we want to space evenly, because we want them to leave the same amount of space. Okay, and then I'm going to target each individual line. I'm going to say lines, and then I'm going to say, actually it's line 1, or you can give all of the lines as the same class, or you can select like this. Okay, line 2, line 3, line 4. Okay, or you can give them like a class name, all of them. And then I'm gonna say mean height 100%, and then the width of that is going to be 1 pixel, because I don't want it to be very big. And then I'm gonna say background color is going to be the gray color. What's going on? Why is it not auto completing? 1 pixel. Okay, I'm gonna say background color. It's gonna be color gray 9. Okay, so that's the background color for that. I'm gonna save. We also need to link this inside the header, so we can import the lines. Okay, so we now also need to link the header in here. I'm gonna link the header. Okay, so let's inspect and see if we have the lines. Don't forget to save your HTML file also. Inspect, body, lines, there they are, but the styles are not showing. I think we did something wrong. Let's check it out. Oh, there's an error here, so let's see where the error is coming from. Color light lines. Okay, undefined variable, style.scss. Which one is undefined? Okay, the paragraph, it says the variable color light it's not light, it's actually font, not light, so it's undefined for that. So now it should be working. Okay, so lines, they're there, but we haven't defined also the height of the the body and sections, whatever. So these lines are going to show up once we put some content in the header. Okay, so now in the header we're going to put some content. So these lines are going to grow dynamically according to how much content we have in this body. So as you can see, they're like spaced out evenly. You don't see them yet, but we're going to see them in a bit. We just need to add some content. Okay, so in the header I'm gonna add the navigation. Oh, I'm sorry, my Google is just listening to my voice. I'm gonna add the, sorry about that, the navigation. I'm gonna say dot navigation. Actually it's nav dot navigation. Okay, so inside the navigation there's going to be a logo, and then with the class of logo, and then h2, and then we're going to name this logo. You can use your own logo, you can put an image, it's up to you. And then after that I'm going to say dot ul with it's actually ul dot nav items. Alright, so we're going to have a bunch of nav items with a class of nav item. We're going to say dot nav item. Okay, and then I'm gonna collapse. Actually this is an li, make sure it's a link, it's a li tag, a list. Okay, and then I'm going to do an anchor tag a, and then it's gonna go to nowhere, hash, or you can put it to go to any website that you want. You just have to put the link in the href. Okay, so this is going to be home. I'm going to copy this, paste below, and then this one is going to be gallery. Okay, so you can add as many anchor tags as you want. I'm just gonna paste the rest. I don't want to waste your time, to doing this in the video. It's gonna make the videos longer. Okay, so after the UL, after you've added your links, I'm going to do another class. It's called nav. So this one is going to store the buttons. Nav btns container, con for container, and then I'm going to say a with the class of btn, and then we're going to do dot main btn, like so. So it's going to have two classes of button and then main btn. So, and then I'm going to say request for a demo, request a demo. I don't know, it's up to you what you decide to put in here. Okay, so that's it for the navigation for now. As you can see, those lines are starting to grow according to the content in the body. Okay, so now let's go to the header and start this header section. I'm gonna go to the header. I'm gonna say I want the header, or you can use the class to select this, or you can use the header, but that's the only header we're using, so it doesn't matter if you do like this, or you can use the class name. Okay, and then I'm gonna say min height. The minimum height is going to be 100 VH, and then the position is going to be relative because we might want to move around some stuff in the header. As you can see now, the lines are showing nicely. 1 2 3 4. Yeah, we have 4 lines. Okay, so in the header now let's start doing the navigation. So this is the whole navigation stuff. I'm gonna say dot navigation. What's going on? So navigation, and then I'm gonna display this as a grid, display grid. Okay, and then grid template columns. So we're going to have three columns. So the first one is going to be the logo column, so I'm going to give that a size of 100 pixels, and then the second one is 1FR, and then the third one is auto. That's like the button section. It's going to grow according to how many stuff we add in there, so it's automatic, it's gonna grow automatically. And then this 1FR is gonna fill in the rest of the remaining space. Okay, so we're gonna also do padding, top and bottom. I'm gonna set it to 1 rem and then 2 rem left and right. I'm also gonna give it a border border bottom. So border bottom is going to be like 1 pixel solid, and then color gray, gray 9, actually gray 9, like so. As you can see, now we have a grid. Okay, so this is the effect we're going for. So this is the button. If we add more buttons in here, the grid item is gonna grow automatically according, and then this one is gonna fill in the remaining space. Okay, so now we're going to be let's start with the logo. I'm gonna do logo. I'm gonna say display flex, and then align items to center, and then that's pretty much it for now for the logo. We're going to be doing the fonts of the logo later on. Okay, so now as you can see, the logo is now nicely aligned. Oh, it's not that one. So this one is now nicely aligned. Okay, so now we just need to do the nav items. After the logo, we're going to say dot nav items. So in the nav items, we're going to do display flex. We're going to align items to center, and also we're going to justify content flex end. So I'm doing flex end because I want to be like at the end of the flex item, like here. So if I inspect this, oh, the lines are on top of everything. I want these lines to be behind. So as I inspect, I'm already at the lines. So I want the lines to have a z index of -1 because I want them to be behind. Okay, -1. So now we can select the content now, and then we can inspect. So this UL nav items is a grid item. So I'm using a display flex on this grid item, and then I want all of the content to be pushed at the right side, which is flex end. Okay, and then it's going to leave space from the left, and then everything's going to be at the right side. That's kind of the effect I'm looking for. So that's what we're using right here. Everything is pushed to the right side. Alright, so now we just need to keep going the styles, and then oops, don't know what I did. Okay, so now let's go back to the header. So we're doing the nav items. I'm gonna do a margin right for rem. Okay, so we have the margin right, and then I'm gonna say dot nav item, the actual nav item, the individual nav item. I'm gonna say margin top and bottom 0.7 rem left and right, and then in there I'm gonna tag the anchor tag. I'm gonna say text transform to uppercase. So I want to make sure everything is in uppercase, so that's why I'm doing that. And also the font size is going to be smaller than the default one. I'm going to say 1 rem, so that's going to be the font size. And then padding, so the padding for that I'm going to do 0.8 rem. Okay, I'm also going to do a position of relative because I'm going to do some pseudo elements. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with pseudo elements. As you can see now, everything it's coming out good. Okay, so now we just need to do the pseudo element. We're going to do a before pseudo element. Before. So you know the drill. Content, we're going to set it to an empty string so we can customize this to whatever we want. Position to absolute, and then top 0, left 0, and then the width is going to be 100%. It's going to cover the entire anchor tag, and then height is going to be actually also 100%. It's going to cover the entire height. Okay, and the background color. So the background color is going to be like a gradient. It's called color gradient primary. It's a long variable. You can name this whatever these variables whatever you want, but I couldn't think of anything, so that's how I've named them. You can name them whatever you want. Okay, I'm gonna say border radius 30 pixels, and then scale. I'm gonna put that actually, you know what, I want you to see what I'm doing, so I'm gonna save to see the before pseudo element. It's not showing yet. Position absolute top 0. Alright, I'm gonna inspect to see what it is. Okay, it's there, but the background color for some reason is not working, because we're doing a gradient. It's supposed to be only background, not background color, because if we're doing a background, this is a linear gradient. We can't do linear gradients on background color, only on background. That's when we can do linear gradients. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, as you can see now, everything is covered with a gradient div. Okay, so we want this to be below the text content, so we're going to change the z index to -1. So we want it to be behind. As you can see now, everything looks good. So now I'm going to put the scale of this to 0. Okay, I'm going to say transform scale 0, and then I'm also going to do like a transition. You can put this transition in a variable actually, because we're going to be reusing this all over the site. Ease in and ease out. Okay, I'm actually gonna do everything all like that. Okay, so now we shouldn't be seeing the pseudo element anymore. Okay, it's gone. Now we just need to hover. When we hover the element, we want to show that. So in the anchor tag, when we hover this anchor tag after the before, and then when we hover, that's when we want to show the before pseudo element. Before, I'm gonna say transform scale to 1, to the default state, which is 1. Okay, say that. Now when we hover, it's showing nicely. Okay, so now let's do the button. So the button, it is a class of btn. Okay, I'm gonna create a new partial for that. I'm gonna say new. I'm creating a lot of partials just to show you can create partials for any component you want. I'm not going to be creating so many for different components. I'm just showing you that you can. Just to make these videos shorter, I'm going to be just creating minimum amount of partials. I'm going to say buttons .scss. Okay, so this one is responsible for the buttons. So the button was btn, the main button. I want it to have actually overflow hidden. Actually, I'm going to show you why we're doing hidden. I'm not going to do it now, I'm going to do it later. Okay, so I'm gonna, it is also, the button is also a class of main button, so I'm gonna say dot main btn. Okay, I'm gonna say background. So to use a gradient, we actually need to do like a background, not background color. I'm gonna say color gradient primary number 3. Okay, so, and also we need to import the variables, so we can use these colors. Do it import variable, what, background. Okay, and then now we're doing that, and then I'm gonna give it a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 0.8 rem, and then left and right I'm going to do 2 rem, and then border radius 30 pixels. Okay, so, and also I'm going to do position of relative and overflow to hidden, and then we're going to do a transition, the one that we've done before, and then we're going to do display inline block. Okay, I'm gonna save. Let's see what we got. So there's our button, seems to nothing have changed, nothing much, because we haven't linked these buttons in because we're going to be, this button is going to be global, so we need to link this in here. So we're going to say we're going to be using this button globally, so I'm going to say buttons in there. So as you can see now, the button is showing nicely. Okay, so now we just need to work on the hover effect. So the hover effect is actually a shape which is like outside, and then when you hover it comes inside. So now let's work on that shape. So for that shape, I'm actually gonna do a span. Okay, I'm gonna go inside the index main button. I'm gonna put a span in there. Span, what the hell? Demo span. Okay, so this one, I'm just gonna like create a shape based on that. Okay, so now we've done a span in the button. Let's go to the buttons and do the styles. Okay, so now let's do span. I'm gonna say last child. I'm actually might be adding a span before that, another one which is gonna do something else. So that's why I'm doing this last child. I know this is going to be the last child because I'm going to add a span before that to do something else later on. So don't worry about that. Just follow what I'm doing. That's or you can give this a class name. You can actually say class btn circle or something, instead of selecting like the one using this selector like last child, or then you can just do this with the class. Okay, position, it's actually absolute, not relative, because we want to position this wherever we want. And then we're going to say top is going to be 5 pixels, and then right minus 55%, and then we're going to do height and width of 180 pixels. Okay, and then a background is going to be like an RGB, which is a white color. So 255, 255, 255 is a white with an opacity of 0.2. So the opacity works between 0 to 1. Okay, so that's the like 20% of the opacity. So 255 is a white color. So that's the background that I want on the circle. I'm gonna say border radius. I'm gonna put that to 50%. I want it to be rounded. Okay, so I'm gonna save everything. Okay, so there's the circle. Now as you can see, so we're doing overflow of hidden, because if I remove the overflow of hidden, you're going to see the whole circle. So when I want this circle to be large and come inside the button, like, you know, I want it to translate inside the button. So I don't want to also show what's outside of this button, so that's why we're using overflow of hidden. Okay, overflow to hidden. We also need to do that to the btn. Okay, like so. So now as you can see, there it is. Okay, so I'm also want to do a transition. Actually, let's work on the hover first, and then I'll show you how to do this thing. So we're gonna say and hover. When we have the main button, what do we want to happen? So when we hover, I want the class name btn circle to go to the right side. It's going to be minus 30%, not 50 anymore. Minus 30, and then when I say top minus 15 pixels. Okay, so when you have, as you can see, it's doing what we want. So now we just need to do a transition, so it transition nicely. Transition, if we do 0.4 seconds, ease in and ease out, the one that we've been doing before. It looks, you know, okay, it looks good, but I don't like this. So I'm gonna show you something called cubic. Bezier or cubic Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know how people pronounce it. I think it's Bezier or Bezier. I don't know. So that's the name, cubic Bezier. Bezier. Never mind. You can pronounce whatever you want. So this is like, you can sort of, tweak around this to kind of create your own transition. So if you press go, you kind of see the transition that you want. So in this case, I want it to be fast from the start and then slow, kind of go slow at the end. Okay, so it starts fast and then goes slow. You can tweak around just to find some values that you like. Okay, so it goes like boom, like very fast and then goes slow at the end. Okay, so so if you are ready, just copy the cubic Bezier, copy here. Okay, so once you copy that, I'm actually going to use different values. I'm just showing you how to create your own animation. Okay, but for me, I'm going to use my some values that I found that really worked for me. I'm gonna say transition, and then I'm gonna say 0.4 seconds, and then I'm gonna paste in the cubic Bezier that I'm going to be using, or you could be using a different value. It's up to you. It depends what you decide to use. I'm gonna copy that, paste, and then now let's see. So this is kind of the effect I'm going for. You can use your own effect if you want. So everything looks really similar, but something is missing. We need the active. One of these is active. Okay, so to do like the active one, I believe I gave it a class called, I think it's active button, active menu. Okay, so the first one, I want it to be active by default. I'm gonna say active menu. I'm gonna give it a class of active menu, class active menu. So the active menu is sort of like it's going to be like active by default, like this. Okay, so let's work on that active menu class. Okay, so you just need to look, I might as well do the active menu in the global. Okay, because it's a global one. I'm gonna go styles. I'm gonna say dot active menu. I'm gonna say background color. Actually, background is because we're going to be using a gradient. Okay, so the gradient that we've used, and then I'm gonna say border radius to 30 pixels, the one that we've used for the hover. Okay, as you can see, now it's active. Alright, so now that's it for the navigation. I'm gonna see you in the next video. We're going to be work on the header content. Okay, so now let's work on the actual header content. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the index, and then I'm gonna go to the, after the navigation, I'm gonna put a class called, I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna say dot header content. So header content, I'm also going to be creating a utilities here, partial here. I'm gonna say utilities .scss. So just in case you want to center something, you want to put a padding on a specific element, you can do some utilities which you can use across the website. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say utility, actually dot utility. I'm gonna say padding large, I'm gonna say padding LG. You can name this utility whatever you want. So this is going to be a very large padding, so I'm gonna say utility padding large. So that's what I'm gonna name it. And then this one is gonna have a padding top and bottom of 8 rem, 12 actually 8 rem top and bottom, and then left and right is going to be 18 rem. Okay, after that I'm gonna say also utility dot u pad. It's a utility, so it's a padding large 2. Okay, I'm gonna say padding top, padding top is going to be 1 rem, and then padding left is going to be 18 rem, I believe, 18, and then padding right is going to be 18 rem, and then padding bottom is also going to be like 6 rem. Okay, I'm gonna save this. So these are the first utilities that we're going to be using for now. I'm going to import the utilities in here. Okay, I'm gonna say utilities. I'm gonna include those in here. So we've created so far 2 utilities. I'm gonna close the utilities now. I'm also gonna close the buttons, and also I might let's close the lines for now. Okay, so now with the utilities, I'm going to be using one of those utilities in the header content. Okay, I'm going to be using the padding large, so I'm going to say utility pad large, the first one. Okay, so that's the utility I'm going to be using. So it is like a large padding. Okay, so we should have like some padding here. When I inspect, when I go to the header, there is navigation and header content. As you can see, there's padding, a lot of padding. Okay, so there it is. We're using the utility. Alright, so now after the utility, we're going to add the actual content. So the header content, we have the left header content and then the right header content, because we're going to do a grid. I'm going to actually collapse this line so we don't get distracted. Collapse. Okay, so in here I'm gonna do header content, left header content, and also a right header content. Change the name from left to right. So in here I'm just gonna put an h1, and then I'm gonna put an h1. I'm gonna paste in the text in here. H1, paste in the text, and also I'm gonna surround this one creative digital with a span, because we want to give this these letters, actually these words, different colors from the rest of the h1. So that's why we're surrounding with a span. Okay, and then after that I'm gonna do a paragraph. You can generate this with lorem ipsum. You can do lorem 30, or it depends how many, lorem 20, and then you can lorem 20. You can generate the paragraph with lorem ipsum. I'm just gonna paste some lorem text. All right. Okay. So, and also I'm gonna say dot. Actually, it's an a dot btn. We've used this one before, and then dot main btn. So that's the main button that we've used on the navigation. Okay, and then it's also going to have a utility called cta. I'm gonna say ucta btn, like so. I'm gonna say hash. Okay, so in here this button is gonna have an icon coming from the Font Awesome library. I'm gonna say Font Awesome. I'm gonna look for a chevron. Find this chevron right. Copy this, and then you're gonna put a span, and then say dot arrow. That's the class name, and then you're going to paste the chevron right in there. Okay, and then we're also going to have another span, an empty span. We're going to put something else again, so I'm going to say span. So make sure everything is still inside the anchor tag. Okay, alright, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna copy the utility pattern here. I'm gonna go to the utilities. I'm gonna paste that there so we can, just change the text transform to uppercase, and also we want to give it a padding 1 rem, 2 rem, like so. So there is our button. So this button is going to be like this. Okay, so we just need to say, I believe it's get started, the name of the button. You can just say get started. So it's already set to transform uppercase, so there it is. Okay, so we also want to give a bit of spacing between the actual the icon and the text. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna go to the buttons again. Okay, so I'm gonna say the arrow. So the arrow, that's the one that we want to style. We want to, sort of animate the arrow also. I'm gonna go to the buttons. I'm gonna say up here, I'm gonna say dot arrow. Okay, so I'm gonna animate the arrow. I want to specifically animate the eye, which is the icon. I'm gonna say animation. I'm gonna say font size, change the font size first to 0.9 rem. Okay, I'm also going to create an animation with the keyframes. So to do animation, do it keyframes, and then identifier is the name of the animation. So I'm gonna name this move. So the animation is gonna move from left to right. So I'm gonna say move left right. Okay, at 0%, I'm going to change the transform, and then I'm gonna also translate X to 0. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste this a few more times. I'm gonna say 10 pixels. I want it to move 10 pixels at 50%, and then on 100%, I want it to come back again to 0. So it's like sort of moving on the x-axis direction. It's going 10, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0. Okay, so to use that animation in here, we just have to do animation, and then we say move, the name of the animation, left, right, and then we're going to say it's going to last for 2 seconds, and then it's going to be infinite. It's going to keep looping over and over again. So as you can see, the animation is now looping. Okay, so here it's kind of spaced out a little bit. I think it's the same thing. Yep, so the animation works. Something is just not working here. It's the hover. The hover is not working because we don't have the overlay. So instead of here we did main button, we give it an overlay. Is it a class of btn circle? Instead of using the class, actually we can target the last child. Here we can just say span, just in general, and then in here we can just say span last child. Okay, everything still works. Now as you can see, the overlay is working now, because now we're just targeting the spans in general, not the a specific class name. Okay, now we're tagging the last child. Okay, so now everything works. So that's it for the left content. Now we just need to work on the right side. So the right side is mainly just images. I'm gonna get rid of the utilities. So the right side, it's just images. So here just say img dot header img 3, or you can give it a different name. The source, I'm going to say img, I'm going to say agency 4, that's the name of the image. And then this one is header image, so this one is number 2. I'm going to change the image to agency number 3, that's the image name. So we have 2 images on the right side. Now we just need to tag this header content in the header. Okay, so we've done with the navigation. We just need to collapse the navigation and get started with the header content. So navigation, collapse, and then header content. So in the header content is going to be a display of grid, display grid, and then we're going to do grid template columns. We're going to do repeat to 1FR, or you can do 1FR. It does the same thing. Okay, and then grid gap is going to be 2 rem, and then after that we're going to target left header content, make sure you give this correct spelling, left header content, and then the h1 we're going to give it a font size of 4 rem, and then font weight of 800. Okay, so in there is a span, if you remember the span. So the span, I want the span to have some sort of a gradient looking color. So to do that, I'm going to give it a background color. Actually, it's not a background color, just background. So because we need to do a gradient, so we just need to say background instead of background color. So I'm going to use the gradient primary number 2. So as I save this, as you can see now, this text is nice gradient background. But I want this gradient to be on the text itself, not to be the actual background. So to do that, we're going to use something called a clip, background clip. So you need to say background clip. So what do you want to clip? We want to clip the text. Okay, I'm also going to use a prefix for that, WebKit. WebKit, so it works on supported browsers. WebKit clip, WebKit clip, background clip. I'm going to say text, the same thing. We're going to clip the text. Now the color, it is to be transparent because we're clipping the background, so the color for the text, it must be transparent. So now we're going to be clipping the actual background. Now the color is transparent. Now we can see the background. Okay, we've clipped. Now the text looks really good. Okay, so after this, we're going to tag the P tag in there. We're going to font size 1.1 rem, and then we're going to give it a line height of 1.6 rem. I'm pretty sure that's the default line height, I don't know. Padding 2 rem, and then 0 left and right. So yeah, everything looks nice. Now we just need to work on the right side, the content. Okay, so the best way for us to see this clearly, we just need to collapse this. I'm gonna say dot left header content, just rename this to right header content, and then now we just need to style that. So the right header content, we're going to do some hover animations. Okay, I'm gonna say position relative. We're going to position absolute some stuff, position relative, and then we're going to give a transition. I'm gonna say transition, that's the name of the variable for the transition. I've saved that transition we've been using all over as a transition variable. You can save as many transitions as you want. Okay, and then when I hover the right header content, when I hover, what do I want to happen? Well, I want the header image img2 to scale. Okay, to have a scale of 0.9, transform scale, and then dot header image 3, I believe, and then transform scale 1.1. They're going to have different scales. Okay, so that's it for the hover on that. Now let's go to the actual individual image. I'm going to say dot header image 2. I'm going to say position absolute. I'm going to give it a width and a height. So width is going to be 350 pixels, and then height is going to be 400 pixels. Height 400 pixels, and then we're going to say object fit. So we don't want the image to stretch. Cover is going to nicely cover the container, whatever it is, so it doesn't like stretch out. Okay, I'm gonna say left. It's going to be left. It's going to be 15%, actually 5%, and then you can mess around with these values to find whatever values that you want. Top is going to be 15%. Okay, so don't worry, you can mess around with the values. So I want to also give border bottom right radius. Okay, so I'm gonna set that to 5 pixels, and then I'm gonna say border bottom left radius, the same thing, to 5 pixels. Okay, so border bottom left and right radius to 5 pixels. I'm also gonna say border top left, border top left radius. Border top left radius is going to be 5 pixels. Actually, border bottom left radius is going to be 70 pixels, 70, and then border top right radius 5 pixels. Okay, so these are kind of weird values to set, and then I'm also going to give it a transition. So the transition is the variable transition. Okay, so now with the transition, nothing seems to be working here. Something is going on. The transition is not defined, I'm pretty sure. It's not transform, it's transition. Yep. Also here it's transition. All right. Oh, seems we still have an error. Let's see what's going on. Transition make sure your spellings are correct. Okay, so yeah, everything looks nice, but we need to do the other image. That's the image 3. We are going to paste in the styles because they're quite similar. I want to say img, actually it's .img3. so the styles are quite similar. Just paste in the styles that we've done up there, that we've done here. Paste them, copy, paste. Okay, well, now we just need to tweak the values. So instead of left, I'm going to say right to 0. Okay, so for the border bottom right radius, I'm going to set that to 70 pixels instead, 70, and then the rest is going to be 5 pixels. Okay, and the transition is going to be the same. So there it is. Alright, so height, I'm actually going to change the height to 600 pixels, and then the width stays the same. So I wanted the image to be slightly bigger. Okay, but I think the top, I need to change the top, make sure it's not 15%, remove that. Okay, so now the images are nicely, they're looking good, like everything looks the same. Okay, so now we just need to work on the cursor icon. Okay, so the cursor icon is this one here, this one animated down here. So to work on that, I'm going to be creating a new class. So I'm gonna call it mouse. Okay, so you can actually put the mouse in the header, not in the body. So I'm gonna collapse a bunch of stuff, navigation. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say dot mouse, because we're using position relative in the header, so we can position it around anywhere in the header, wherever we want to position this mouse, and then it's gonna have a span inside. Okay, so that's the mouse. Copy the class. You know, I think this mouse is appropriate to just put it in the lines, okay, so mouse, I'll put it in here. I think it's more appropriate to do that than creating another partial. I'm not gonna create many partials just to make this video quite short than they should be. Okay, so now I'm gonna start doing the mouse. So for starters, we're gonna say position absolute, and then I'm gonna say bottom. I want to leave like 3% of the space between the bottom. I'm gonna say bottom 3%, left. I want to center this on the horizontal. I'm gonna say left 50%, and then transform translate. So we're going to translate the x-axis. To center that in the x-axis, we're going to do minus 50%. Alright, and then width and height. Width is going to be something like 30 pixels, and then height is going to be something like 45 pixels. You can play around with these values to find values that suits your need. I'm going to say border radius is going to be 30 pixels, or you can put this into a variable. Actually, we've been using this over and over. I'm going to say border. I'm going to give it a border 2 pixels. It's going to be solid, and then the color is going to be white. The color for the border, I'm going to say color white. Okay, and then pointer events, I'm going to set that to none. So pointer events, it means like I don't want the thing to be interacting with the mouse. So which is this thing, I don't want it, when I click this, the mouse to interact with it. So that's why I'm saying pointer events to none. Okay, so now there's a span inside the mouse. So now let's actually see what we got. So this is our mouse, there it is right there, but there's no animation yet. We just need to work on the span. Okay, so the span is also going to have a percent of absolute, and then we're going to do left, we're going to do 50%, and then top, because we want to center this in the middle, 50%, and then we're going to do transform translate. So translate minus 50% to center. Alright, so and then we're going to give it a width of 6 pixels. So width and height must be equal for us to make sure this is like a perfect circle. So width and height must be the same, and then to make sure it's a circle, we do border radius, and then we set that to 50%. So it will be like a nice perfect circle, which it doesn't show at the moment because we haven't set the background color. So the background that I'm going to be using is gradient number 3, and then I'm going to do animation up, down. That's the name of the animation. I'm going to say 1 second, and then infinite. Okay, so we haven't created the animation up down yet. We just need to do that. As you can see, it's not animating. There it is. We just need to animate. To do animation, do at keyframes. The identifier, we just say up, down, and then we just need to do the animation in here. Okay, so for starters, on 0%, I'm going to say transform form, and then I'm going to translate y. So on the y-axis, I'm going to say minus 13 pixels, and then I'm going to translate the x-axis. On the x, I'm going to say minus 50 pixels. I want it to be centered, and then the scale, by default, I want it to be bigger, 1.3 at the starting point. Okay, and then at 10%, I want to keep the same values, because I want, like, when this little circle goes up, I want it to stay there for a little bit and then it comes down. It goes up and then stays for a little bit and then it comes down. So as you can see here in the finished product, it goes and then stays for a bit and then comes down, stays for a bit and then comes down. Okay, because if we don't do that, I'll show you what it looks like. And then I'm gonna do 50%, go down, change the value from 10 to 50. So at 50, I'm going to reduce the scale from 1.3 to 1. And also I'm gonna change this from 13 to 10 pixels. 10 pixels. So this is like a positive value. And then at 100, I'm gonna bring it back to default, I believe. Actually, it's minus 13 and then minus 50, and then yeah, it's like comes back to default. Actually, this is 100. Okay, so as you can see, it's playing. So now if you don't do the frame hold like this one, I'm gonna cut. It's just gonna like bounce up and down, up and down. It's not gonna hold for a bit. So this is like a frame hold. We're holding that for a little bit, for like just a little bit. Okay, and then the animation works. Okay, or you can do scale to 1 here. It's up to you. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the header. Now everything looks the same. It's just the font size. This one is smaller, but you can change the font size to whatever values that you want. Yeah, that's it for the header section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this section here, on the about section, and then the next one will work on the popular services. Okay, yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so the next section that we're going to be working on is the about section. Let's get started on working on that. So I'm gonna go to the index. Actually, we're done with the header, so you can close this, and also we're done with the lines. You can close this also. So in the header, I'm gonna collapse the actual header. I'm gonna go into the main content in here, so that's where the magic is gonna start happening. So I'm gonna say section. We're gonna have many sections. Each section I'm gonna give it a class of section, and then I'm gonna say this is the section about. Section about. It's going to have a utility. So the utility for this one is going to be utility padding large. If you remember these utilities that we've done before, large 2. So this is the another utility class that we're going to be using. Okay, and also in the left about, we're going to have an h3. We're going to say dot title, and then we're going to say about our agency. So that's the title, and then we're going just to give it a paragraph with some random lorem text. Okay, actually this title here it's going to be inside the grid item. So we're going to do a grid. So we're going to have a left and a right side. We're going to do left about, and then we're going to have right about. Okay, so in here that's where we're going to do the title. So the title is in h3. Okay, so the title is gonna say about our agency, what we did before, and then below that we're gonna have a paragraph. It's the random lorem text. You can just generate some lorem text. I'm just gonna paste in some text. Okay, so after that I'm gonna create a div. This div is gonna be called about info. So I'm gonna say dot about info, like so. So this about info is just like it's going to be also a grid. I'm gonna say dot about, I'm gonna say info item, so it's a grid item. In there we have an icon, a class of icon. Okay, I'm gonna say img. So in here I'm gonna say img, and then I'm gonna say icons. I'm gonna include project management icon. Okay, so after that you can give the alt tag just in case the image doesn't exist. You can say project icon or something, whatever you decide to name this. Okay, so after that, after the name, we have the dot, we have the text container, container, which is con stands for container. h5, you can give the h5 a title to project management. After that, I'm going to be generating another paragraph with some lorem text. I'm just gonna paste it down here, a paragraph. Okay, so that's it for now. Let's go to the styles. I'm gonna create a new partial. So this one is gonna called main. Okay, so the main is going to be responsible for the main section of the website. Also, the main is going to contain the sections, all of these sections. So we could have created different partials for each and every section, but I thought I don't want to waste your time creating all those different partials for every section. It's going to not going to look nice in the video, but you can actually do that separate. Okay, so in the main, I'm going to include this in the styles. Okay, so I'm going to say main. Okay, so now we have the main. So now let's start doing the main. Alright, so I'm going to start with the section about. So that's the whole section of the main. That's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to say dot. Actually, I'm going to say section about. So the code to comment is just like this. That's how you comment. I'm going to say dot section about, like so. Okay, so section about, it's a grid, obviously. Display grid. I'm going to say grid template columns. So 1FR, or you can do repeat to 1FR. So they're going to be equal. Grid gap, I'm going to set that to 2 rem, so it's to keep that consistent. And then padding top is going to be 10 rem, and then it's going to be important. Okay, I want to override the existing padding from before. Okay, there it is. Alright, and then I'm going to say dot left about. So the left about, the paragraph, I want to give it a padding. I'm gonna say, what's going on here? Left about P padding. Something's broken. Padding. Top and bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. Left and right is 0. I'm gonna save this. I don't know why it's highlighting everything. Okay, so now we should have a nice padding down there. Okay, so in the left about, we have the about info dot about info. In here we have the about info item. We're going to also do a grid, display grid. So grid template columns. So the first column, I'm going to set that to 120 pixels for the width, and then the remaining I'm going to say auto for the very other grid item. It's going to occupy whatever space it has. Okay, and then margin bottom, I'm going to do 1.5 rem. I want to give it like a little bit of space at the bottom. Okay, so after that we have a paragraph in there. Paragraph is going to have a padding. Padding is going to be 0.6, 0 left and right. H5, I'm going to do font size 1.3 rem. Okay, in there we have the icon. I'm going to say background color to white. Actually it's color white. Okay, so we need to center everything with flex, display flex, align items to center, and then align items to center. And then we need to justify content to center also, center, so everything is going to be nicely centered. And then we're going to say align self, flex, start, we're aligning it, and then margin right is going to be 1 rem, and then we're also going to give it a padding around it, 1 rem, and then border radius is going to be 7 pixels. Let's see what we have. There it is. It looks nice. Okay, about. So now we need to also add one more item here. So we have project management, about info. I'm gonna duplicate this. Okay, it's a grid, so like this. So the other one is not project management. The other one is something else. So the other one, I'm gonna name it teamwork management. Teamwork management, and the image is going to be team management. Team management, like so. Okay, there it is. So now we just need to do the images. So the images are in the right about. Okay, so I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna collapse the left about. In the right about, I'm just gonna say img with dot about img. Okay, the alt tag, you can say agency image. You can name this alt tag whatever you want, just in case the image is missing. Okay, and then the second one, actually for the source, I'm gonna say img. So this one is agency 1, and then the second one, I'm gonna say img box dot svg. So the class is box image. Okay, like so, box image. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go to the main, collapse the about info item. Actually, the left about, we need to collapse the whole thing. I'm gonna say dot right about. So in the right about, that's where we're going to be styling the whole styles for the about section. For the right about section, position relative, because we're going to position as well the image, display flex, and then we're going to do justify content, flex and okay, and then I'm going to do dot about img. So this one we're going to give it a width of 90%. So width 90%, and then we're going to do object fit to cover so it doesn't stretch. And then we're going to do height is going to be 500 pixels, and then border top left radius is going to be 70 pixels, and then border bottom right radius is going to be also be 70 pixels, and then border top right radius is going to be 3 pixels, and then border bottom left radius is going to be also 3 pixels, like so. Okay, and then we want to do a transition is going to be transition. Also, we need to include the variables so we have access to them. Import variables. Alright, so after that, when we have this image, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to, what the heck, I want to transform scale transform and scale. So we're going to do 1.05. Alright, now let's see. Okay, so I want to also position absolute this image so it doesn't mess around with this image, because I want this image to be at the right side aligning with this content here. So we need to position absolute this image. So to do that, it's simple. We just need to go after the about image. We're gonna say dot box img, and then here we're just gonna say position of absolute, and then we're gonna say left. I'm gonna say left 3%, and then I'm gonna say top. I'm gonna do -8%, and I'm also gonna do an animation. Okay, animation, I'm gonna name it scale up, and then I'm gonna say it's gonna be like 8 seconds, infinite, and then I'm gonna do at keyframes the animation, or you can create a new partial for the animations only, and then you can include those animations, but I'm not going to be doing that. Now you have the knowledge to do anything that you want. So scale up, so at 0%, I'm just going to do transform and scale, 0. Okay, and then we're gonna do 50%, and then we're gonna do 100. So on 100 it's gonna come back to 1, the normal state, which is also the normal state at the starting point. And then here we just need to change the from scale 1 to 1.2. Okay, so hopefully there it is. It's like animating as we want. It's scaling. We're missing something. We're missing the title. I'm pretty sure we have a title here about our agency. Yeah, the title, we didn't style this title. We need to increase the font size. Let me inspect this to see what I've named it. So it has a class of title. So the title, we just need to find a way to style the title. I think it's in the we have to do it in the main. So in the main, I'm just gonna go all the way down here. I'm just gonna say independent components. Sorry about that, just in case you don't want to create new partials. Okay, in here I'm gonna target the title class. So in here I'm gonna say font size, I'm gonna say 2.5 rem. So that's the font size, and then after that I'm gonna do font weight to 700. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, see, yeah, the title is now bigger as we want. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section, which is the about section. I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be working on our popular services. Okay, I'll see you then. This is just a quick video. We're going to be doing a custom scroll bar. Okay, as you can see here, we have a nice custom scroll bar with a half animation as well. We're going to do that in the body. So the body is inside the main, actually it's in the style. So to do a custom scroll bar, we just need to, I'm gonna comment here, custom scroll bar here. So to do the scroll bar, I'm gonna say body. So the custom scroll bar to be in the body. So you can actually do this custom scroll bar on any element that you want to do a scroll bar when you want to scroll, but in the body we want to do this scroll bar. So I'm gonna say it's a prefix called WebKit. It's actually one WebKit scroll bar. Here we're just gonna change the width to 7 pixels. Okay, so when I save, we should have a width of 7 pixels. Somehow it doesn't show because we haven't finished the styles yet. Okay, I'm also gonna do a transition. Actually transition doesn't work for this one. Now we just need to type body, and then we're gonna do WebKit scrollbar track. So the track of the scrollbar, I'm gonna say background. I'm gonna say color BG. That's the background for the track, and then the width is going to be the same 7 pixels, the track. Okay, so after that we're going to do the thumb body. I'm going to say thumb scrollbar thumb. Okay, so for that I'm also going to give it a border radius of 10 pixels because I want the both tips, I don't know, to be rounded. Okay, I want them to be rounded, so I want the border radius to be 10 pixels, not 10%. 10 pixels. I'm also going to give it a background. So the background for this one is going to be gradient back pixels. Background is going to be gradient number, I believe it's gradient number 3 for the thumb, and then yeah, for the thumb it's background number 3. Okay, so we should be seeing custom scrollbar. There it is. But we also want to have to change this when we hover. So to change it when we hover, we have to do on hover. So we're going to do the hover effect on the thumb. Okay, so when we hover the thumb and hover, we're just going to change this background to actually 3. This one should be 2, just to swap it around. Okay, so as you can see, when we hover, it's now different. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. We're going to be working on the services. Welcome back. So now let's keep going on the services. So this is the section we're going to be working on. So now the title is now centered. Here it's not centered, so we need to have like a container for the title to center this. So now let's create a section for the services. I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna say section dot section, and then I'm gonna give it section services. I'm also gonna give it another class. It's a utility u pad lg2, like so. Okay, so in there I'm gonna have a title container dot title container, because this I want to center the title, so we're going to reuse the title class. Okay, if you remember, we did the title here with the class of title, and then I'm also going to put like a generate some lorem ipsum text, like so. Okay, so now this is the title container. I'm gonna save. Now we should have the about section. There it is. It's actually services section. There it is. So now we need to center this. So to center that, we need to do the title container. So the title container should be in the independent services, independent components. I'm gonna say dot title container. Okay, so in here I'm just gonna set text align to center, and then I'm just gonna give it also a width. The width is going to be 60% of the entire width, and then we're gonna do margin 0 auto to center to make sure it's nicely centered. 0 left and right, top and bottom actually, auto left and right, so it's gonna center. And then for the paragraph, I'm gonna do text align to center the paragraphs inside the title container, and then I'm gonna do padding top. It's going to be 2 rem, and then bottom padding bottom is going to be 3 rem. Okay, hopefully that should do the trick. Okay, yeah, there it is. Now it's now centered. Now let's work on the actual services content. So I'm gonna go back, and then I'm gonna create a new div. I'm gonna say dot services container. it says it's content. It doesn't matter what you decide to name it. I'm gonna collapse. Okay, so in the services container, I'm gonna have some grid items. I'm gonna say service item. Okay, and then in the service item, I'm gonna have a class of service item container. Okay, so in there I'm gonna have an image. I'm gonna do img. We're gonna do icons. I'm gonna do 3D animation. Am I doing the right section? Let me double check. Yep, that's the correct one. 3D animation. You can put an alt tag. I'm not gonna do that in here. I'm not gonna waste the time doing the alt tags. Okay, I know the images are gonna work. Okay, so I'm gonna do h4. I'm gonna say 3D animation. Alright, and then in there I'm gonna have a paragraph with just random lorem text if some. You can generate your own. And then I'm gonna say a dot learn more. Okay, I'm gonna say hash. In there I'm gonna have two spans, say learn more, and then we're gonna have the arrow class that we've used before. I'm gonna say span dot arrow. We've used this class name before. So this arrow, it is like that arrow icon which is animated, so we want to reuse that class. So we just need to do this and put that icon which is animated. Okay, that's about it for the service item. Now we just need to style this. So to style this, it's obviously a grid. We go to the here after the section about collapse dot comment services section, and then here we say services container. I believe that's what we named the class. Display grid. Okay, so we want this grid to be responsive automatically, so we're going to use that grid autofill that we've used before in other videos. Auto fill. Okay, so we want it to be responsive, and then we're going to do min max. So the minimum width of the grid item, I want it to be 320 pixels, and then 1FR. All of them are going to have equal size, and then a grid gap. To keep it consistent, we're going to say 2 rem, and then padding top, we're going to put that to also 3 rem. Okay, so now we have a grid item. As I inspect this, we are going to see we have this grid item. This grid container is gonna expand according to the width of the viewport. Okay, so now let's keep going. So now in there we need to tag the service item. So for the service item, I'm going to give it a background color. So this one is going to be color gray light. That's the variable color I'm using. And then I want to align text align to center, and then I'm also going to do padding. Top and bottom is going to be 3 rem, and then left and right is going to be 1 rem. Okay, after that I'm going to do a transition, a border radius 7 pixels, and then a transition of transition, and then after that we're going to do position of relative, because we're going to absolute something. We're going to do before. We're going to do a before suit element. So the before suit element, as usual, is we're going to customize this. So we're going to put content to an empty string, and then don't forget to do position of absolute. Okay, so we want this to be the bottom to be 0, to be at the bottom straight away, and then left want it to be 0, and then we're going to do height. Height is going to be 0.4 rem. 0.4 rem. Okay, and then background. The background is going to be like the gradient color. So I'm just gonna put a gradient primary number 2. And also don't forget the width. The width is going to be 100%. 100%. So this before pseudo element is this line here down here. So when you hover, as you can see, this line is like nice. So that's that. So that's what we're doing there. And then transition like that. Now we're using the variable, and then we're going to do transform, and then we're going to scale it. By default we want it to be a 0, and then border top radius. Okay. Border, actually it's bottom left radius is going to be 5 pixels, and right 5 pixels, the same thing. Alright, so now let's see what it looks like. Nothing fancy so far. The scale is set to 0, it's not doing anything. Okay, so and after that, when we hover this element, on hover we want to give it a box shadow. Box shadow, I'm gonna say 10 pixels for the box shadow on the x-axis, 10 pixels on the y, and then 0 pixels for the blur. So the color for this border is kind of complicated. I'm just gonna paste in the value. Or actually you can put in a variable, which I didn't do. I'm actually gonna do that right now. I'm just gonna put it, you can put it anywhere. I'm just gonna say color border. Okay, so you can copy this variable name and then come back, and then yeah, you can use the color border. Okay, so now let's see, when we have now it's showing nicely. It's looking good so far. So far so good. Okay, so that's the hover of the border. We also want to transform and translate the card. Okay, translate on the Y. So how much do we want to translate this? It's minus 5 pixels because we want it to go up on the Y. And also I'm gonna say, and before pseudo element, I'm going to also transform this and scale, put it back to the original state 1. Okay, like that. Okay, so everything looks really nice. After the hover, we're going to be doing the section.s item container, if you remember. So this is like where the image is. img padding bottom, I'm going to set that to rem, and also I'm going to give this a fixed height of 100 pixels. You can give it whatever height or width, whatever you want. h4 font size, I want this to be 1.5 rem. Let's do the padding bottom 1 rem. Okay, as for the paragraph, it's gonna have a different padding bottom though. Padding bottom, this one is gonna be 1.5 rem. Okay, now let's save. Let's see what we got. Okay, it's looking nice. We can also sort of work on this. Actually have animation here on this button here. You can give it like a different color. It's up to you what you decide to do on hover. Okay, you can also change this font weight. It seems to be like thicker. Actually it's the same thing. Yeah, you can change the color of this have animation here. So it doesn't have a class, but you can select this using the learn more class, and then you target the span, and then you target the first child. Actually, you say span first child, and then you give this like a different color on hover, but I think it looks good like this. The rest is up to you. So now what we just need to do is now go back to the service items. We just need to now duplicate all of the service items and change the data to whatever data that suits your needs. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse service item. I'm gonna copy like this and then start duplicating. So to duplicate, hold Shift Alt and then the down arrow to duplicate, and then I'm gonna save. As you can see, now we have more grid items. Okay, so now these items, we just need to swap out the data. Okay, so the first one is 3D animation, the second one is something else. I believe the second one, I've named the second one artificial intelligence. So the second one, first one, second one, I'm going to change this to artificial intelligence, and then change the text to artificial intelligence. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need to swap around everything, and then everything will work. So I'm not going to be doing that in this video. I'm just gonna collapse these first. Actually, I'm gonna collapse each item. So now we have 6 items, right? We've done 2. I'm just gonna remove these ones, and then I'm gonna paste the ones which I've already changed the data with. So the other ones I've changed the data, so I'll show you the corresponding data. So here we have artificial intelligence, game development, emergency software, global, teaching, video production. So you can just swap around the data and put the data that suits whatever look you're going for, whatever you want to do, or whatever icons you want to do. Okay, so because I didn't want to do that in this video, it's going to waste a lot of time. So yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this recommendation section. Okay, so we're going to be working on the recommendation section, this section. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new section, collapse the previous section, and then put a section and another class called section, and then another class called section recommendations. Forgot the spelling of this. Recommendations, like that. So we're not going to be using the utility class because we don't want to have a padding. We want this to be filling the entire width of the website. No, we don't want a padding like this. Okay, so to do that, we're going to have 2 sections in here. So we're going to have dot left recommendation, left rec, and then image. We're going to do img agency number 2, and then we're going to have right recommendation. So in the right recommendation, we're going to have the recommendation content rec content. So in the rec content, we're going to have an h3 with a title. If you remember, the title that we've done before is called it has a class of title, and then we're going to break get personalized digital recommendations. So BR stands for break. We're going to break the line to go to the next line after this personalized digital. I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna put a P. I'm just gonna generate some lorem. I'm gonna say 30 lorem or 25. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna put that to the next line. Also, I'm gonna press enter, put it in the next line. Okay, so after that, we're going to do the main button. Okay, so I'm gonna go A. It's the main button. It has a class for btn dot main btn. Okay. I also want to, I think I'm going to be using a utility class for this one, because I want this to be actually I can't remember the utility that we've used earlier. I think it's utility.u. I'm gonna go to the utilities again, CTA button U, CTA BTN. So that's like the click to action button we're reusing. Okay, so now in the anchor tag, I'm going to be adding that chevron and another span. So we've done this before. So the chevron is going to be like an animated chevron. There it is. Okay, we've done this kind of button before. So now I just need to add the title of the button. So this one I'm going to say get started. That's the name of the button. There it is. We are also, or you can change this actually, get recommendations. I don't know. Oh, explore more. It's up to you what you decide to name this. Okay, like that. Now it's only a matter of doing the grid stuff. I'm gonna close this. I'm going to collapse also this one. I'm gonna say services. Actually, it's not services, section. This is a recommendations section. Make sure you recommendation. I don't know if that's the correct spelling for that, but I'll keep it. Okay, so in this recommendation section, we're going to be doing a grid. So same stuff we've been doing. Display grid, grid template columns to 1FR, or you can do repeat 1FR, repeat 1FR, just repeat 2. We're going to have 2 columns, repeat 2 and 1FR. So in here we have 2 columns. The first one is 1FR, so that means they're all equal. Okay, and then we're going to do grid gap. So the grid gap, just to be consistent, I'm gonna put the size to 2 rem, and then I'm gonna do a background color. So the background color is going to be color bg3. That's the name of the variable. I'm gonna do margin bottom of 6 rem. After the margin bottom, I'm also going to do a box shadow. So for this box shadow, you can put in the variable. I'm gonna do 0 on the x, 5 pixels on the y, 18 pixels for the blur, 18 pixels, and then the color, I'm gonna paste in the color, or you can put this into a variable, but I don't think I'm going to be reusing this color, so that's why I didn't put it in a variable. Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna save. Let's see what we have. So make sure you save everything. Nothing seems to be working. Section recommendations. Okay, we have an error because let's see what's going on. Color bg3. For some reason, color bg3 doesn't exist, I think. Oh, bg, not gb, bg. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks promising. Okay, so now let's go to the left recommendation. So for the left, we're going to do overflow to hidden, and then we're going to do border top radius 5 pixels. Then we're going to do the image. I believe we're going to do the same thing. Copy this, paste it down here, width 100%, cover the entire width of the grid item, and then we're going to do object fit to cover, and then we're going to do, so I want this image to be black and white. So to do that, we're going to do what are we going to do? We're going to do filter. So we're going to do filter and then grayscale. So the grayscale is going to be 100%, which is black and white. And also the height, I'm going to put the height to 100%. And then transition transition is going to be the transition, okay, like that. And then we're going to do, and hover, we're going to hover on hover. We're going to filter. The grayscale is going to be 0. We don't want the grayscale no more. I'm also going to do transform. We're going to scale the image 1.2, and then after the transform, we're also going to rotate the image -5 degrees, like that. Now let's save. Okay, as you can see, the image is now rotating and the grayscale is being removed when you hover. So now let's work on the right side of the recommendations. So there isn't much to it on the right side. Just do .right rec. So in the right rec, it's just a display flex, and then after that we're going to do align items to center, and then we're going to do .rec content like that. And then the rec content, we're just going to do padding. So I want the padding around everything, 1 rem. Rec content, and then the h3, I'm gonna give it a font size of 2.5 rem, and then padding bottom of 1 rem, and then position of relative, because we're going to do a pseudo element, position of relative. Okay, and then well, padding bottom and margin bottom of I don't know, 2 rem or something. And then we're going to do an after, so you can do before or after pseudo element, it doesn't matter. Content and empty string, position absolute, and then we're going to do bottom 0, and then we're going to do left 0. After that we're going to do width. The width of that is going to be 20%, and then height is going to be 2 pixels. You can mess around with these values. And then background color is going to be color accent. Finally, border radius is going to be something like 6 pixels, and then save everything. Let's see what we got. Okay, so the after pseudo element seems to be not showing. I'm gonna inspect H3. Yep, the after pseudo element is not showing. What did I do here? I do H4. It's supposed to be H3. Save. There it is. So now we have this line here, the after pseudo element. Okay, so after that, after this H3, we're going to target the paragraph. So this paragraph, we're going to do color. We're going to do color gray 4, and then we're going to do padding bottom 2 rem, like so. That's it. Everything should look good. There you go. Everything looks good. Okay, that's it for this section. I'll see you in the next section where we're going to be working on this latest digital work. Okay, I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's continue where we left off. So the next section is going to be the latest digital work. So that's the section we're going to be working on. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna collapse this section. I'm going to do another section. I'm gonna say section, and then this one is going to have a class of section latest, like this. And then this one is going to use the utility pad actually it's pad LG2. Okay, so that's that. And now we just need to oops, 1 second, I need to get rid of something on my keyboard, sorry. Okay, so now in this section we're going to be reusing this title container. I'm going to copy this title container. we're going to be reusing everything in there. I'm just going to paste it down here. So here we just change the title from our popular services to our latest digital work. So we just change the title. Okay, so in there we're going to say dot latest container. Okay, so it's a div, and then we're going to give do an image. So the image is going to be img latest, and then below that we're going to have a div. So this one is going to call latest text. You can name this class whatever you want, but I advise you to name the same names as I'm doing right now, so just you don't get confused later. Okay, so I'm gonna do h4, and then it's gonna have a title class title. It's actually an h4, not h5. h4. Okay, so this title I'm just gonna say out. I'm gonna paste in the title here. Okay, our not out, it's actually our not out. Okay, so and then we have the h4 below that. I'm gonna say Android, so it's like a design. It's a design for Android. Okay, and then after the h4 we're gonna have a paragraph with some random some text. You just need to generate the text in the paragraph, and then below that we're going to do the button and the arrow. We've been doing that before. Okay, so here we're gonna say a.btn, so that's the class we've done for the button, and then we're going to do main btn, and then we're going to do another class. So this class is called CTA, that's the utility, CTA btn, like so. Okay, and then we're gonna say hash, it's gonna go to nowhere. I'm gonna paste it down here. So we need to reuse that's arrow span, the span we've been using. Okay, I'm gonna paste in that. So the class name is arrow, and the chevron right, the icon. Okay, here's the button. We just need to name this button. So in this case the button is kind of transparent. Okay, so I'm going to give it a name. Now here we just need to change this button. So CTA button, actually the latest text. Okay, we need to target the latest text. Okay, and then that's when we're going to do this button to make it black. Okay, so now yeah, let's go to the styles. After the section recommended, I'm gonna say latest section. Okay, so below that we're going to be selecting the classes. So the classes that we want is the latest. Okay, so it's section latest. I'm going to do a display flex, and then I'm going to justify content to center, and then I'm going to do margin top. So for the margin top I'm going to do 2.5 rem. I'm gonna set to that 2.5. After that I'm going to select the control, which I haven't done yet. Actually I'm not gonna do it now, I just need to do it first. So the control I'm talking about is like some dots that are going to be down here. So these are the controls what I'm talking about. So you can sort of click and then it goes next to the next product. Okay, so we're not going to be doing the click functionality because this is not a JavaScript course, but otherwise if we were doing JavaScript we were actually going to make this clickable and go to the next item. I think on my next JavaScript course I'm going to be working on this project with JavaScript, doing some crazy animations and stuff. Okay, so yeah, that's what we'll be doing on my next JavaScript project. But for now let's keep going with this. So we have view all work. So below that, we're going to do the controls. Okay, so the controls are going to be outside of the latest container. Okay, because the controls, we're going to give them kind of a position of absolute, I believe. Okay, so outside of the latest container, I'm going to be doing dot latest controls. Okay, latest controls. All right, actually div latest text. I'm just double checking if I did everything right. Okay, so this latest text, actually it has to be in the latest content. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one for now. So latest container, I'll copy this, cut, and then here we're gonna have dot latest content. Okay, so this is the actual content. Okay, so and then we have the latest container. So in the latest container, that's where we have the latest content, and then after that we have the latest controls. Okay, and then in the latest controls, I'm going to say dot control. Okay, I'm going to have each control is going to have a class of control, and then I'm going to say dot control. I want to increment the control classes. Control, I'm going to increment and then multiply by 3. Okay, so I'm incrementing the class names. Okay, that's that. So now let's go to the styles. Okay, so in the section latest, so this one is actually not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be in the latest content. Dot latest content, that's when we want to do the gray stuff. Actually not grid, is flex stuff. Okay, so in the latest content container, I believe, let me actually, I think it's better to double check. Latest container, yep, container, and then we have latest content. Latest content. Okay, so in the latest content, that's when we're going to be doing the grid stuff. So display, we're going to set that to grid, and then we're going to do grid template columns. So the first column, I'm going to put it to 40%. Where's the percentage sign? And then the second one is auto. It's going to automatically occupy the remaining space with whatever items we have. I'm going to do padding, top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 5 rem. Left and right 10 rem. I want it to be quite big. And then in there we're going to do grid gap. We've been using 2 rem throughout, so we want to make that consistent. And then we're going to target the image, and then we're going to give it a width. So the width for the image, we're going to set that to 100%. Okay, so once we set the width, we also need to do border radius. We're going to set that to 7 pixels, and then we're going to do object fit, so the image doesn't stretch out. We're going to set that to cover. Okay, so once the image is done, let's save. Let's see what we got. As you can see, the image is looking oh, that's the wrong one. As you can see, the image is looking good. Okay, so but we just need to give this a background color, the section here. So the color for that, it's actually the latest container. It's going to have a background color. It's going to be color is going to be gray light 2. So that's the color that the background color that we're going to be using for that. And then we're going to do dot image dot latest text. Okay, so in the latest text, I'm going to do margin left. So margin left, I'm going to set that to 3 rem, and then I'm going to do an h4. So for the h4, I'm going to do font size to 2 rem, and then padding bottom padding bottom, I'm gonna set that to 1.5 rem. So that's for the h4, for the latest text. And then in there we have an h6, which is the design stuff. So we're gonna do padding bottom 1.6 rem, 1.5 actually. I think 1.6, that what we done. 1.6 rem, actually 1.5, just to keep it consistent. 1.5 rem, and then I'm gonna set the font size to 1.2, and then the color of the font, I'm gonna set that to color font. Okay, so after that I'm gonna do the P. I'm gonna do padding bottom. Pad bottom is gonna be 1.5 rem. Just everything has to be consistent, like so. All right. So now everything looks good. So now we just need to make this black, and actually we missed a border radius here. We need to give that a border radius. Latest container border radius. So this one is going to be 7 pixels. Okay, so to target the button here without targeting other buttons, we want this only to be black, only this button. So we're just going to target the anchor tag inside this container here. So I'm just going to target the anchor tag. I'm going to set background to transparent. Transparent means there's nothing. Okay, and then border, I'm just going to do border. I'm going to do 2 pixels. Solid. Okay, so also the other reason we're using variables for colors is that maybe in my JavaScript course I'm going to be making this website into a light theme instead of a dark theme. So we're going to be able to switch between light and dark theme and stuff. Okay, so we have solid, and then I'm going to do color. I'm going to do gray, and then 4. Okay, and then text transform. I'm going to put it to initial because it's capital letters right now. I wanted to put initial to default font text transform. So now it's not going to be uppercase anymore. It's like normal. Okay, that's good. It looks good. We just need to fix this Android stuff. I believe this is an H6. Yep, H6. Font size 1.2. And the color is this one. I don't think I have a variable for that. Okay, so the H6 color font, or is it an H6? It's an H4. It's supposed to be an H6. So this one is an H6. H6. Okay, not an H4. Okay, so everything should be perfect. Okay, everything perfect. Now everything's good. Now oh, that's the wrong page. Yeah, everything is good. Now we move on to the next. Actually, we need to do the control stuff. So for the controls, after the latest content, actually after the latest container, now we start doing the controls. Okay, so latest container, collapse that, and then I'm going to do dot latest controls. I believe that's the class I've given it. Latest controls. I'm sure it's double. I don't know if it's double L or single one. It doesn't matter. Okay, now we just need to do display flex. Display flex. Now we're going to align everything. Okay, so for the latest container we did display flex. We actually don't need the display flex here, and margin top should be 1.5 just to keep it consistent, and remove the display flex. The display flex was supposed to be on the controls, not here, so remove that and then save. Okay, everything looks good. So now in the controls, so we're going to do flex, justify content to center, and then we're going to do margin top 2.5 rem. Okay, so and then we're going to do dot control each individual control. We're going to give it a width of 1 rem and height of 1 rem, and then also we're going to give it a border radius 50%. Want it to be nicely rounded. I'm going to give it a margin. Top and bottom is going to be 0, and then 0.2 rem left and right, 0.2 rem. Okay, so now I'm just going to do each and every control just to give them different background colors. I'm going to do dot control 1. So this one is going to have a background color of color accent. You know what, I might as well just do this cursor to pointer just when you hover, and then I'm going to do dot control. I'm going to do control 2. I'm going to set the color, copy the color, paste, and change it to grain. Oh, it's not auto completing the variables. Grain, that's the color. And also we're going to scale this to make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to say transform. I don't know what's I'm going to do scale. It's not a transition, it's a transform. Scale 0. I'm going to do 85. Okay, so grain, that's the background color. I'm going to do the same for control number 3. I'm going to say like that, but the scale I'm going to put it to 0.6 just to make it different. There it is. Okay, so now when we hover, there is a pointer. Okay, so that's it for the controls. Yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one, which we're going to be working on the blog section. We're going to be working on this grid style cards here. We're going to be working on that. I'll see you on the next video. Alrighty, so now let's work on the blogs. Okay, I'm going to be collapsing this section. I'm going to say section dot section. So make sure it is a class of section. We might actually I missed a section class here. We might want to use this class later on when we want to style some styles on every section. Okay, so I'm going to say section dot section, and then I'm going to say section blogs. And then we're going to be using the utility .u pad lg large 2. Okay, so in there we're going to still reuse the title, the title container. So just go here, copy this title container here. We're using this title, we're reusing it again. Okay, so we're going to paste it down here. Okay, so this is the blog section. I'm going to create something called blogs container. So in the blogs container, it's going to be, actually it's a class. We're going to be storing all of the blog items. Okay, so it's going to be a grid, so that's why we're calling it a blog item. I'm gonna give like a class called blog item like that. So we're going to have individual item. So each blog item, let me check. Okay, so we have the image at the top, and then we have the content here, and then we have like some icons down here. All right, so this image is going to store this kind of gradient stuff. I'm gonna say give a class here dot image. So the image is going to be responsible for storing the image. Okay, so the image I'm going to be using for that, I'm going to be using Figma. Okay, and then below that I'm going to say dot image. I'm going to say image content. So the image content is actually this gradient here and the icons. Okay, so the icons are going to be reusing the same icons all over for every blog item, but the text is going to change. So don't worry about the icons. We just need this icon is called a tag. So if you go to Font Awesome, search for tag, and then we're going to copy the tag icon, and then we're going to come and paste it here. And this one is called duration, I believe. So here in the image content, we're going to have the left side and then the right side. Okay, we're going to do dot left Okay, so this one I'm just gonna call it bottom container, and then we're going to have an image, actually an icon and a span. Okay, so the span is name Figma and an icon of a tag. Okay, and then so this is actually not bottom, it's blog container, left blog container, and then we have the same thing but right blog container. It's actually B. Okay, so in there we have a span of a clock, actually not span, icon of a clock, and a span of the time duration, actually the date. Okay, so that's it for the image. After that, we're going to do blog text. So in the blog text, we're going to have an H5. I'm just going to put in some random text. You can put in any text that you want. H5. Okay, and then after that, we're going to have a paragraph with some lorem ipsum. You can generate any text that you want for that. And then at the bottom, remember we have icons, blog icons. That's what I'm going to name it. Blog icons, you can name it whatever you want. So it's actually going to be a paragraph. I'm going to say share, that's the text. And then in there, I'm going to have like a bunch of icons. You can put any icons that you want. In here, I'm just going to put Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, GitHub. Okay, so the paragraphs are inside the icons are inside the paragraph. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna save this. So this is the icons here at the bottom. It says share, and the icons, and the text, and the title. Okay, and this is the, I forgot the name of the class. I'm gonna inspect it again. Image content. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start doing the work. So this is the grid item. We just need to style this. So for this grid, I'm going to be making it automatically responsive. If you remember how to make it do that, so we have to use the min-max property to make it automatically responsive. So I'm going to collapse the section latest. I'm going to say section blogs. So here I'm going to go ahead and select the name of the section blogs. Okay, and then I'm going to start doing the blogs content. So we're going to start with the .blogs container. That's what we're going to start with. Okay, so display grid as usual, and then we're going to do grid template columns. We're going to do repeat, and then we're going to use the min-max property. We're going to do auto fill, so it's going to be responsive, and then min max, it's going to have at least a width of 320 pixels. So that's why we're using the min max. We're going to do 320 pixels for the width, and 1 FR. They're all going to be equal. Okay, so we have also we have to do a grid gap. We have to keep it consistent. 2rem. We've been using 2rem all over, so we have to make sure it's consistent. And then we're going to do padding top. So padding top, I'm going to do 3rem, and then yeah, save. Nothing much happens. We haven't started the blog items. If I inspect here, if we were to check the grid, as you can see, we have 2 columns because it's automatically responsive. When I go a little bit bigger, it should be 3 items. Nope, not enough. Actually it's 3. Yeah, 1 2 3. So now we just need to do the blog item. So .blog item, we just need to do that. So in the blog item, I'm going to set the background color. The background color is going to be color. I'm going to do gray. I'm going to do light, color gray light. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius. The border radius, I'm going to set that to 7 pixels, and then the font size, I'm going to set that to 1 rem. Font size 1 rem, and then I'm going to do border. I'm going to do 2 pixels solid, and then I'm going to give it a color of gray 9. Color gray 9. Okay, and then I'm going to do transition. I'm going to do transition. Okay, so nothing happens because we haven't styled the images yet. Okay, so well, let's keep going. Cursor to pointer, and have on hover. When we have this blog item, we're going to reuse the box shadow background. Actually, box shadow. Okay, I think we've used this box shadow before. 10 pixels on the X, 10 pixels on the Y, and then 0 pixels for the blur. We've used this before. I can't remember the color that I've given for the box shadow, but I'm just going to paste in the value here. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we've done a variable for this color, but I can't remember the name. I'm just going to paste in the variable name. Okay, I don't know why the image is getting the border for some reason. On hover the blog item, that's where I want the border to be applied. Okay, so we're going to also do transform. We're going to do translate Y. I'm going to do minus 5 pixels. Okay, but it seems like the transition is not working also. We just need to do the image for now. After the in the blog item, I'm gonna do dot image. I'm gonna do position of relative. Then I'm gonna do img. I'm gonna do width 100%, object fit to cover, and then I'm going to do height 220 pixels, and then I'm gonna do border top radius, top right radius. I'm going to do 7 pixels. Border top left radius, 7 pixels. Something is going on here. I believe I've messed up the class names or something. Blogs container. Okay, so we have blogs container, and then we have blog item, and then we have the image, blog item image. Okay, let me see what's going on. It's weirding out. So section blogs. That's strange. Section blogs. Okay, check. I'm going to inspect to really check what's going on. Blog text. Okay, image, img. Height 20 pixels. I meant to do 220 pixels. 220 pixels. Okay. And also, for some reason, this image is showing a border. It's actually end hover. I didn't notice that. It's end hover. Okay, there you go. So make sure you really do the correct syntax. So after that, after the image, I'm gonna say dot image content, which is the gradient container. I'm gonna say position of absolute, and then I'm gonna say bottom. You can mess around with these values, so it's up to you. Minus 13 pixels. That's what I found worked for me. I'm gonna do left. I'm gonna say 50%, and then width left of 50%, and then we're going to set the width to with 90%. Okay, so with 90%, and then we're going to do transform, and then we're going to translate x. We're going to center that on the x-axis minus 50% to center that. It's there now. It's now centered, but you don't really see it because we haven't given it a background color. So background, we're going to use a gradient, so don't do background color, just do background for gradients, because we can't use gradients on normal background color. So I'm going to use the gradient by primary number 3, so there it is. Okay, so we're also going to do display flex, and then we're going to do justify content to space them between, and then we're going to align items to center, and then we're going to give it a padding, top and bottom. It's going to be 0.5 rem, and then left and right is going to be 1 rem. All right, so after that we're going to do border radius. We're going to set that to 30 pixels, so we want it to be rounded nicely like this. Okay, as you can see, it's now rounded. Okay, so now after the image, we're going to do the text, the actual block text. So I'm going to collapse the image. I'm going to say dot block text. Block text, I'm going to give it padding left, pad left. So for the padding left, I'm going to say 2 rem, and padding right, I'm going to say 2 rem. Padding top, for padding top, I'm going to say 3 rem. Okay, and then padding bottom, I'm going to say 2 rem. Okay, I'm just simplifying this, but you can do this in a single line. It's more confusing than doing this. So and then I'm going to do h5, and then I'm going to do font size. I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem for the h5, and then I'm going to do padding bottom. For the padding bottom, I'm going to do 1.5 rem also, and then I'm going to do a color. I'm going to say color font, and then I'm going to do cursor to pointer, and then transition to transition, like so. Okay, so now we're going to do a hover. We're going to do a hover, and then we're going to give it a color, the accent color. We're going to say accent color accent. Okay, so now when we hover, it should look nicer. So oops, nothing happens because I messed up something. Color accent, let me see, what did I mess up again? So transition doesn't exist because the spelling is incorrect. All right, so now as you can see, we have a nice transition right there. So now let's work on the paragraph. After that, I'm going to say P. I'm going to give it a padding of 1.5 rem, padding bottom, and font size of 1.2. Okay, so that's it for the paragraph. I'm going to do blog icons. So for that, I'm going to do display flex. I want them to be side by side using flex. They're side by side but I want to do that using flex. I want to align them center, and then I'm going to do padding top. I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem, and then I'm going to do border top. So border top, I'm going to set that to 1 pixel solid, and then I'm going to do color. For that one, I'm going to do gray 9. Okay, so that's it for the icons. I actually need to style a little bit of the actual icon itself. I'm going to do margin. Top and bottom is going to be 0, and then 0.3 rem, 0.3 left and right. Okay, and then I'm also going to change a little bit the font size to 1.2 rem, and also I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. So when we have The cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, as you can see now we have the grid item. The only thing that is left to do is to populate the grid item with the data that we want to do. Okay, so in this case I'm going to be duplicating the grid item. You can duplicate it as many times as you want. Okay, so you just need to replace it with the data that makes sense for you. So in this case this is the data that I'm using. Okay, so here down here, so this is the grid item, block item. We need to duplicate this as many times as you want. So in this case I'm gonna say maybe I'm gonna keep duplicating. Actually I'm gonna Control Z that. I think I've duplicated so many times. Control Z. Okay, so to duplicate I need to Control Z again, Control Z, I believe Control Z. Okay, so yeah, to duplicate, highlight and then hold Shift Alt and then down arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can put as many as you want and then save. So now we should have 6 block items. Actually I did 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah, I did 7. You can do as many as you want, and then you can change the data to match whatever data that you want to use. Okay, so in this case I'm going to be changing the images and also changing the text to whatever text that I want. So I'm going to paste some grid items here with new data. It's just the image and the title that I've changed. Okay, but you can change the paragraphs, icons. You can make them go to any website that you want when you click them. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the blog section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be work on the let me see for the next section what we have. So yeah, we have this video here playing. So this is an interesting section. You're going to know how to do the video background. I'll see you in the next video. For this section we're going to be doing a background video. As you can see here, there's a video playing in the background. We're going to be doing that in this video. Let's get in. We're going to be creating a new section, and then we're going to give it a class of section, and then another class. So this class is going to be the section video. That's the class. In this case we're not going to be using the utility padding class because we don't want the padding. Okay, so to do a video in HTML you just need to type video like this, and then the source you need to provide where your video is and which video it is. So I'm going to say it's in the images folder, and then the video that I'm going to be using is called business video.mp4. So as I save, you're going to see the video playing right here, but it's not playing actually, but it's too large and it's not playing as well. So we want this video to start playing as soon as we run the website. So to do that it's very easy. We're just gonna, after the source, we're gonna say auto play. It's going to be playing automatically when we run the website. As you can see now, the video is playing automatically. I also want this video to keep looping over and over again so it doesn't stop. So we're going to say loop. It's going to keep looping over and over again, and then we're also going to make sure it's muted, so just put muted after that. Okay, so it's going to keep playing and looping, and it's going to be muted as well. Okay, so after the video we're going to have some sections. So actually I'm gonna say dot video content. So the video content is going to be to have like left section, left video vid. I'm gonna say container, so it's the left video container, and then we're going to have the right video container. So in the left it's going to have some text. It's just an h4 with a class of title that we've done before. So you just need to put an h4 and then a class. But we've done it before, this class. So in the right vid container we're going to have a class, a div. It's going to be called dot input control, like so. So in the input control we're going to have an input. To then input, just type input, and then the type of that input is going to be email, no text. And then we're going to do a placeholder. It's going to be like the text inside the input. I'm just going to say enter your email. So that's going to be our main placeholder. And then here I'm just going to do if you want to do comments in HTML, you have to do like this. Okay, so here I'm going to say main btn, so that's going to be the main button here. I'm going to say a.btn, if you remember the class name of the button that we've done, dot main btn dot u utility class cta btn, like so. And then it's going to go to nowhere. You can make this button go to wherever you want. I'm also going to use that chevron class and the span that we've done before. I'm just going to paste in the arrow, so that if you remember the arrow that we've done before, and we animated the arrow. Okay, so I'm going to paste in that span here, so the arrow that we've animated, and then the icon that I'm using is called chevron. Okay, so if you remember, the class name arrow is inside the buttons. Okay, so there it is. So now what we're going to do is just we're going to do the styles just to make sure everything looks okay. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say section video. Okay, so for the section video, I'm going to say dot section video, I believe. So in the section video, I'm going to say position of relative, and then I'm going to do height. So the height, I just want it to be a fixed height of 60 VH. So 60 VH is the 60% of the viewport height. Okay, and then the box shadow, I'm going to do box shadow. I'm going to do 0 for the x-axis, 5 pixels on the y, 18 pixels for the blur. And then the color that I'm going to be using, I'm just going to paste it in rather than typing it out. Okay, so that's the color. You can put that color into a variable if you decide to make some changes on the color. I'm going to say video. I'm going to tag the video tag. I'm going to say width. It's going to be 100% width, and then it's going to do object fit to cover. I don't want the video to stretch as well. I want it to cover the entire container nicely without stretching. And then I'm going to do the height of to 100%. So the height is going to cover the entire container. So as you can see now, the video is nicely covering the entire container. Okay, so we're going to do video content dot video content. We're going to put that to position of absolute. Oops, what am I doing? I'm getting too excited here. Position of absolute, and then I'm going to do top 50%, and then we're going to do left also 50%. Alright, so I'm going to do transform, and then I'm going to translate this. Minus 50, it means we're going to center in the container. Alright, as you can see, it's now centered right there. We're also going to do width and the padding, width 100%, so padding also. The padding, I'm going to do top and bottom 5 rem, then left and right I'm going to do 18 rem for the content, not for the actual container. For the content, I wanted to match here, so that's the padding we've used for that. Okay, so that's the padding. I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. 7 pixels. And then I'm going to do Z index. I'm going to set that to 5, a higher value. And then I'm going to do display grid. And then I'm going to create template columns. I'm going to do 1FR. I'm going to have 2 columns. And then I'm going to do grid gap. So this one, you can make this one bigger because we don't want it to be 2 rem. Okay, that's that. And then we're going to do dot left vid container, vidcon. So the left vid container, I'm going to do display to flex. I'm going to do that, display flex, align items to center. Okay, so and then we're going to do h4, and then we're going to do padding top. padding top, and then we're going to set that to 0.6 rem. After that, we're going to do position of relative, because we want to do a before pseudo element. We're going to do before pseudo element, and then in the content to an empty string as usual, and then we're going to do position of absolute, top to 0, and then I'm going to do left to 0, and then I'm going to do width 100%, and then I'm going to do height. I'm also going to give the height something like actually 3 pixels. 3 pixels for the height, and then I'm going to do background. It's a gradient, so we're going to be using that gradient. And then I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. Okay, I'm going to save. Let's see what we got. Oops, seems like we have an error somewhere. What is not defined right here? Invalid. What's invalid? Expected content h4 container. What? Main on line 380. What is that? Invalid CSS after the. I can't see it yet. Hold on a second. Still an error. I'm gonna collapse this. That's the most annoying bit. Collapse. There's still an error. Okay. On line 380, main. I've messed up one of these. I think I need to add one more somewhere here. Let's save. Okay, yeah, one of them was missing one of these curly braces. I don't know which one, but yeah, now everything works. Okay, so h4 after the h4, I'm going to do the input control. Actually, the input control is not in the left, so it's actually in the right vidcon. Okay, so we can just do that even without doing the right vidcon. We can just say dot input control, because we have a class. We can target that like this: input control, display, flex, align items to center, and then we're going to do position of relative. Okay, like so. There it is. And then we're going to target the actual input. Oh, we still have an error somewhere. Oh, because of this input. So for the input, I'm going to do width 100%, and then padding, I'm going to do 1 rem, and then 1.5 rem left and right. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to do 30 pixels, and then border, I'm going to do 2 pixels solid, and then I'm going to do the color line, color gray 9. Okay, so I'm also going to do font size font size, I'm going to do 1.2 rem, and then I'm going to do outline to none. So the outline is like some sort of a border, and then transition to the transition variable like this. Make sure it's correct. Oh, it's correct. Okay, so now with the transition, we're going to do the box shadow. Box shadow, we're going to do 0 on the Y, on the X, and then 7 pixels on the Y, 18 pixels for the blur. I'm also going to paste in the color. It's a weird color. Okay, there it is, and then I'm gonna save. Alright, so everything looks good. So when I focus, when I click this input, I want the border to be sort of the color accent, the primary one. Okay, so when I focus, we're going to use a pseudo called focus, pseudo element. I'm gonna say pseudo selector, it's called, I'm gonna do a border 2 pixels solid, and then I'm going to do color accent. So that's what I want to happen when I focus. When I click, it's going to do that accent color there. So as you can see, when I click here, it's going to do accent color. Okay, so everything looks good. Alright, so now after the input, we have the anchor tag, which is the button. So I'm going to say position of absolute, and then I'm going to do right. I'm going to set that to 1 pixel. I want to leave 1 pixel space on the right side, and then I'm going to say text transform. I'm going to say to initial, like so. So we just need to add the text, which is subscribe now. I'm going to say subscribe now. Like so. So as you can see, we have the text subscribe now. When I click, the input is active. Okay, but this video is kind of too bright, which I don't want. I want to make this video a little bit, not too bright. So to do that, I'm going to create a div which is going to be like an overlay of the video. So after the video container, actually outside of the video content, that's where I want to do the overlay. Okay, so outside of the video content, I'm going to say dot overlay. So this is just a div, an empty div. We're going to do a position of absolute in the section. I'm going to collapse video content. After that, I'm going to select the overlay. I'm just going to do percent absolute, left 0, just the usual, top 0, width and height to 100%, height 100%, and then we're going to do a background color. We're going to do color BG. So that's the background color that we're going to give it. And then z index. Actually, I'll show you before I do the z index. I'm going to say opacity. I'm going to say 0.7 or 0.9. So this one is 100%. Okay, so the video, as you can see now, it's covered with a black color with an opacity of 0.9. If I put the opacity to 1, it's going to cover the whole video. Okay, as you can see, that's the overlay that we're going to be using. So in this case, we want the opacity to be 0.7. Okay, there you go. So now the video is no longer too light. Now it's like sort of darker. So yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you in the next section where we're going to be working on this gallery. Okay, so this is like a nice grid. We're going to be working on this on the next video. I'll see you then. Now it's time to work on this gallery section. We are going to be reusing this title, the title component, and then we'll make the gallery grid. So let's get going. I'm going to collapse the video. I'm gonna comment. I'm pretty sure this is section gallery, and then I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to collapse this section, and then we're going to create a new section which is going to have a class of section, and then another class of section. So this is for the gallery, so it's going to have a class of section gallery, like so. We're also going to be reusing the title component. Go back in here, copy the title container, and change the title to our team. It's actually our team, but it's a gallery, but the title is the team. Okay, but you can actually put your own title there if you want to. So there it is. So we don't have the padding yet because we're not using the utility. As you can see, everything is kind of messed up. We need to use the utility class which we've created at the beginning, u pad2 large number 2. So that's the padding that we're going to be using for that. I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. For some reason I'm gonna inspect this. Utility padding large 2. Okay, it's applied. We just need to keep styling. Div title container. Okay, so that's it for the title. Now let's work on the actual gallery container. So for the gallery container, we're going to have dot gallery container. So this is going to be a grid. It's a custom grid, so we need to mess around with things. I'm gonna say dot grid, actually grid image, and then I'm gonna say dot grid img1. So that's a grid image. I'm gonna say img. So this is going to be team 1. Okay, I'm going to copy this 1 2 3 more times. Just change the class name 1, increment this 2 3 4. Okay, so the images, you can mix around these images. So team 2, increment the images. So I've named this to make it easier, just to select these images, just to make it very easier. You can use your own custom images if you want, but to make these videos shorter, I had to do this. Okay, so grid image, all of the grid items have a class of grid image and a different class name for each individual image. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with that section. I'm going to as you can see, we have a comment already, so now we just need to start doing the styling. I'm going to say dot section gallery. So in the section gallery, I'm going to do padding top 6 rem, and it's going to be important. We're going to override the old one. Okay, so as you can see, now we have padding. Okay, so we're also going to start doing the gallery container. It's going to be a grid, the ones we've been using, the same stuff. Padding top 3 rem, and then display grid, you know the drill, grid, and then grid gap, you know the drill, 2 rem, just keep it consistent. Grid template columns, you know the drill. So for this one, we're going to have 3 columns. I want to say repeat 3, then 1fr. That's the column for the columns, and then for the rows, we're going to say grid template rows. Because this is a custom grid, we need to specify the grid items. We need to tell them where to go. I'm going to say we're going to have 2 rows. Each row is going to have a height of 400 pixels. Okay, so 2 rows, 400 pixels for the height. Actually, we need to do the repeat and do that in there. Okay, so that's that. So now we just need to target the grid image. So down here I'm gonna say grid GD, so it's a shortcut for grid img. I couldn't think of a better class to name this. Okay, width 100%, height 100%, and then I'm gonna say overflow to hidden because we're going to be scaling these images, and then transition to transition like that. Okay, and then on hover, when we hover this image, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to scale, transform, scale. I'm gonna scale to make it smaller, minus 994. It depends what size you want to scale down with. And then we're going to also do the transition in here. I'm gonna paste it down here, and then I'm gonna do border radius. I'm gonna set that to 7 pixels. We've been using this. You could have put that in a variable. Okay, so scroll down on hover, it gets smaller, as you can see. Okay, so that's that. So after that, I'm gonna do the actual img, width and height 100%, and then the same transition we've been doing. I'm just gonna paste in that transition. We're gonna do border left 7 pixels and border right 2 pixels, like so. I'm just gonna paste it. We've done this before. So border top right radius 2 pixels and border bottom right radius 2 pixels, like that. Okay, so smaller border radius and the other one is bigger. That's what we're doing. Okay, and then on hover, I'm going to do transform. We're going to be scaling this up 1.2, and then border radius is going to be 7 pixels. 7 pixels. We've been using this border radius. Okay, so yeah, now the moment of truth. Now we need to position this grid in a custom way. So we want this image, the first one, to occupy only the first column, and then the second one to occupy 2 columns. Okay, so to do that, we're going to be selecting grid image. After the grid image, I'm gonna say dot grid image to grid gd img number 2. Okay, I'm going to say grid column. I want to start from position number 2 all the way to number 4, so it's going to cover 2. I'm going to save. Okay, so I'm going to inspect. This is the grid. So grid number 2, which is this image, I wanted to cover these 2 spaces here. Okay, I said grid column G image is actually G, not GD. It's grid image, no, it's actually G image, grid image. Okay, so grid image number 2, it's going to cover 2 columns. So I said, okay, grid column number 2. So grid column, this grid image is going to start from number 2 from here. So if I turn on the grid, it says here number 2 all the way to 4. Okay, or instead of doing from 2 to 4, you can do 2 to -1 to cover the entire whatever grid items in that. So -1, it means go all the way to the end. So at the end is the end is actually 4. So it's, if I do -1, it's going to start from 2, and then it's going to go -1 all the way to the end. Okay, so if I had like 4 columns, it's going to go all the way to whatever columns, how many columns you have. So you can do -1 instead of 4. It's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, so now that's that. So that's the image we're going to target. So we also want to target this image, which is image number 3. So grid image number 3. So we can do it here in the browser. Grid image number 3. We're going to say, actually, to make it easier, we can just say grid column, grid grid column. To make it easier, we can just say span 2. We only want to cover 2 columns. So if I say span 2, it's gonna span 2 columns, covering 2 columns. That's easy peasy squeezy. Now with the custom gallery, it's doing what we want. It's same as this one. Okay, it's working. So now I'm gonna say img, I believe it's 3. Okay, so we're gonna span 2. Okay, so easy peasy squeezy. Now it's working as we expect. Now we just need to add the text and the button down here, which we have in the original project. So I'm just gonna go down here. After the gallery container, I'm gonna say dot. I'm gonna do p dot gallery paragraph. That's the class I've decided to give it. You can generate a bunch of lorem text in here. I'm gonna put some lorem, and then I'm gonna say dot c btn con. Okay, so here I'm just going to reuse the button that we've done before. I'm gonna say a dot learn more. We've used the learn more, and then I'm gonna do span. Oh, what is this? Hash. It's gonna go to nowhere, or you can make it go to somewhere else. It's up to you. I'm gonna do span view more, and then here we're gonna do span dot arrow. We've done this before. Arrow. We've done the arrow before. And then here I'm just gonna put the arrow icon that we've animated. I'm gonna put it here. It's a chevron. Alright, I'm going to save that, and then there it is. Now we just need to style it a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the footer, not footer. I'm gonna go to the main. After the gallery, I'm gonna start doing the paragraph. I'm gonna say dot gallery para, and then in here I'm gonna do padding. Top and bottom is gonna be 2 rem, left and right is gonna be 0, and then text align to center. So now we just need to do the the button container. Okay, so this button container here, so it's called C button container. Okay, C button container. So here in the independent components, we're gonna say dot C. We're gonna say btn container. Okay, so it's we're going to copy the text align to center, and then we're going to do margin top. So margin top is going to be 1 rem, and then we're going to target the anchor tag in there. We're going to style it different. We're going to border. We're going to do 2 pixels, solid, and then the color is going to be the gray color gray number 4. So color gray 4, and then padding we're going to do 1 rem, and then left and right we're going to do 1.5. Okay, so we're going to also do border radius to 30 pixels, then color to color accent, and then transition. If you remember the name, transition, I always spell this wrong for some reason. Okay, like that. And then on hover, when we have this button, we're going to also put the color to white and the background to accent, background to this, and then color to color white, like so. Okay, and then we're going to transform, actually transform, translate y-axis minus 5 pixels. Okay, I'm going to save that. Oh, nothing happens because the cbtn class name is wrong. cbtn. Okay, so as you can see now, we have the button. Everything works. Okay, that's it for this gallery section. The next section is going to be finally the footer section, and then that will be it for this website. And then after that, we're going to do some media queries. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Finally, so this is the final section of our video series. It's not actually the final section because we're going to be doing media queries after this, but this is the actual final section on doing the actual stuff on the website. Okay, so now we're going to be going out of the main section now, because we're in the footer. So the footer, it has to be in the actual body. Okay, so the footer, I'm going to say after the main, I'm going to say footer. I'm going to give it a class of dot footer, and also dot utility pad lg2. Okay, so that's for the footer. Okay, so the footer is going to have a bottom navigation. I'm going to say nav dot navigation. Actually, it's bottom navigation. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of unordered lists. So the first unordered list is the logo container. I'm going to say UL logo container. In this logo container, we're going to have a logo itself, and then we're going to have an h1. I'm going to do logo as we did last time. And then after that, after the logo, we're just going to have like a paragraph with lorem ipsum text. And then after that, we're going to have a B, bottom navigation, bottom nav, and then icons. Okay, so in there, we're going to paste in a bunch of icons. You can go to Font Awesome and then paste in these, copy the icons that you want to use for that. In this case, I'm going to be using Facebook, or you can change this to FA something. You can say maybe GitHub, and then it will autocomplete you with autocomplete. Or if you want Twitter, you can change it to Twitch, Twitter, whatever. It's up to you what you decide to use. So in this case, these are the icons that I'm going to be using. Okay, so that's that. So after this UL, I'm going to do another UL again. So I'm gonna say UL dot. So this one is gonna be nav bottom, and then dot nav bottom contact, I believe. Okay, so we're going to have the h4, the h4 we've been using for the title with the class of title. This one is nav title, and then we're going to do li dot nav item. So in the nav item, we're going to have an icon. So here we're going to say dot fast font awesome dot fa envelope. So that's the icon we're going to be using. It's actually an icon, it's an I. Okay, so after that, we're going to have footer text. I'm going to say dot f text. Okay, I'm going to have an h6 in here. I'm going to say email. I'm going to do a span down here. Span Macklins Universal at gmail.com. Okay, so that's the first nav item. I'm gonna copy this nav item once more, copy this. Now we just need to change this icon from envelope to phone out, like that. So that's the one we want to use. And then in the span, I'm just going to put the random phone number. We just need to type phone. Okay, so this nav item, I'm going to paste it again. I'm going to put more data. So this one, I'm just going to paste in some data. You can change it with the data that you want. So here we're going to be doing location, and then with the location icon. So below that, we're going to do another. So this is company. We're going to do li. Actually it's a ul. We're going to do ul dot nav bottom, and then we're going to do an h4, which we've done up there. Copy the h4 and then paste it here, and then we're going to do li dot nav item, like so. And here we're just going to do h an anchor tag, and then we're going to do contact. Okay, and then we just need to duplicate this multiple times and change the data. Okay, so I'm not going to change the data in the video. I've done that off camera. I'm just going to paste in the data. So it's just a bunch of link tags. You just need to replace this with your own data. And then finally, we're going to have a section which is going to have like some Instagram images. So I'm going to do ul dot, and then I'm going to say ig, and then another class nav bottom. So each ul is going to have a class of nav bottom, and then it's also going to have this title here. I'm going to copy. Oops, I'm not cut. I want to copy that. Control C to copy, Control V to paste. Okay, so here I'm going to change this to Instagram. Okay, so actually I don't need the nav item. I need a div called .ig images. You can make these images links. You can use an anchor tag as I showed you, and then you can direct to www.instagram.com when you click this link, and then you put an image in here. But I'm not going to be doing that because I don't want this link to go. I don't want a link. I'm just going to do a regular image, but you can put a link if you want. That's up to you, of course. I'm going to do team1. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this multiple times. 2, 4, 6, 2. I'm going to say CSS. You know what, instead of doing this manually, I'm just gonna paste in the images that I've done already. So just mix around these images. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. Actually, we need to do this section here. So after the UL, after the nav, I'm gonna do dot footer copyright, yeah, something like that. And then I'm going to do P, paragraph P is going to have a copyright at 2022 in the span surrounding the name. Okay, so copyright 2022 span surrounding the name, or whatever name you're using for the website. Okay, and then save. So now we should have the data, the HTML markup, but it's not styled. That's what we're going to be doing now. We're going to be doing the footer styles. Okay, so you know there is quite a few styles, but yeah, let's get started with the footer section gallery. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna say footer dot footer, or you can, because we're not using this footer, or you can do it like this, okay, instead of a class. I'm gonna say padding top, I'm gonna set it to 6 rem. I'm gonna override the default padding, and then I'm gonna do background color to color PG. Actually it's PG number 3, I believe, PG. And then I'm gonna do color, the default color, I'm gonna do color font, and then I'm gonna do padding bottom. Padding bottom, I'm gonna set that to 3 rem. Important. Okay, so I'm gonna target the H6 in there. All of the H6s, I want them to have font size of 1.2 rem. We could have done this with a variable, you know, it could have saved us a lot of time. But now you know the process. You can put everything into a variable. This is for me just to show you how to do stuff. H4 font size, we're going to do 1.2 rem also, actually 1.5. And then a color. The color is going to be color gray 4. Color gray 4. Okay, so that's for the H4. Now I'm going to also target the anchor tag. So by default the anchor tag doesn't inherit the font color. Okay, I'm gonna put the color here. Then a transition, make sure it's correct. I always butcher the spelling all the time. Okay, so hover, we're going to do color, we're gonna put that to accent. So this is the secondary accent color, and then we're going to put that, make sure the variable name is correct. And then I'm going to set the text decoration to underline. When you hover, we're going to underline that, so to show that we are hovering the nav item, but we don't see it now because the images are too huge, so we just need to keep going the styles. And then after that I'm going to target the eye for the icons. Font size, I'm going to set that to 1.3 rem. I want to make it bigger than the initial font size. Okay, so that's for the eye. And then we're also going to do the transition, and also we're also going to be doing the hover with the color accent. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of the underline. Okay, so I'm also going to target the H1, which is the logo, I believe. And then we're going to do color. We're going to set that to color white, and then margin bottom, we're going to give it 1 rem. Okay, so that's that. And then I'm going to say dot bottom navigation. In here we're going to say display flex, and then we're going to say flex wrap. Flex wrap, it means like we want the flex items to go on to the next line if there isn't enough space. Okay, so we're going to say flex wrap to wrap, it means it's gonna go to the next line. So when there isn't enough space, they're gonna keep like shrinking, going to the next line. It's like a grid. So for example, this grid item here, when I hover, so flex wrap basically means these grid items will go to the next line if it doesn't fit the minimum width. So that's sort of what we're doing here, right here, but instead we're using flex to do that. Okay, so let's keep going, and then we're going to do padding bottom. We're going to give it 3 rem. Okay, so in there we're going to say dot nav title, and then we're going to do padding bottom to 1.5 rem. Okay, and then we're going to do nav bottom, nav b margin 0, 1.5 rem. Okay, and then we're going to do dot nav item. So nav item margin bottom, we're going to do 1 rem. Okay, so nav b, and then we're going to do nav bottom contact, here in the nav bottom contact, we're going to target the nav item in there. The nav, we're going to do display grid. What the hell? Grid, display grid, and then grid template columns. We're going to do 30 pixels for the first column, and then auto for the remaining items. Okay, so in the after the contact, we're going to say dot logo container. I'm just selecting these classes at random anyway, as long as they're inside the bottom navigation. Okay, so logo container, we're going to say flex. We're going to give it a bigger width than the rest. We're going to say flex to 5. Okay, so now I'm going to target the icons. I'm going to say b dot, actually I'm going to say dot b nav icons. Okay, so in the nav icons, I'm going to say display flex. I'm also going to do margin top. I'm going to do 2 rem, and then I'm going to do f.fa Facebook. I'm going to do margin right. I believe I'm using Facebook in there. Margin right. Margin right. For that, I'm going to do 0.3 rem. Okay, so after that, in the nav items, I'm going to target the I itself, and then not, actually I, and then not. I want to use the not pseudo selector, not the first child. I don't want to do these styles on the first child. Okay, I'm going to say first child. I don't want to do this style in the first child. Okay, so that's why I'm doing not. Margin 0.5 rem. Okay, cursor to pointer. Okay, so now after the icons, we can do the IG. Okay, IG, which is those little images .ig. So let me show you what I mean by that. So the IG is these little images here, these small images. Okay, so I'm gonna do .ig images. I'm gonna do display, so that to grid. Okay, so grid template columns. I'm going to repeat. We're going to have 3 columns, and then the width is going to be 90 pixels each of them. They're going to be 90 pixels. Okay, and then grid template rows, and then we're going to repeat. We're going to have 2 rows, and then the height is going to also be 90 pixels. Okay, so because we want this to be equal, and then we're going to do grid gap. We're going to do 0.5 rem, and then the image, we're just going to put the width and object cover and width and height to 100%, object cover to make sure it doesn't stretch, and then the cursor to pointer. I'm gonna save that. There you go. As you can see, the images are now there. Okay, so when you have that, everything is fine. Now let's do this section here, the copyright section. Okay, so to do the copyright section, it's not in the bottom navigation. I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna say dot footer copyright. Okay, so in the footer copyright, it's just doing padding top to 3 rem, and then we're going to do text align to center. We're going to center that, and then border top, we're going to do 1 pixel to solid, and then we're going to do color gray 9. Okay, like that. And then we are going to target the span inside the footer copyright, and then color. So this is going to be color gray 4. Okay, so for that I'm going to do a cursor to pointer as well. We're going to do a hover and then change the color to the accent color. Okay, so when you hover, we're going to change the color to accent, and then we're going to do a transition again. We're going to do transition, and then let's save that. Okay, so there's our footer. When we hover, everything's fine. Okay, so everything is the same now from the original. Nothing is different. Look how crispy everything is. Okay, yeah, that's it for this footer section, and that's it for this video. I'm going to be seeing you on the next couple of videos where we're going to be doing the media queries. I think I'm going to do like 2 or 3 videos for the media queries. Okay, I'll see you then in the next video. Okay, so now let's start doing the media queries. As you can see, this website is not responsive, so we want to be able to make it responsive. Okay, so let's try to find, so you can press F12 shortcut to inspect element. Okay, so you can try to find a size which the website starts to break. So in this case, I'm gonna look at here and find the size which size is going to start to break. So in this case, I'm gonna say at 1300 pixels. That's when the website starts to break. So it's especially this navigation. I want to be able to hide these nav items at 1300 pixels. So I'm going to create a new file in here. It's called media. So for the media queries, it's a partial media.css CSS. Okay, so we're going to do at media screen, and make sure you space everything like I'm doing. So if you do like this next to each other, it's not going to work. So make sure you space it like this, and then it's going to be max width. So the max width is 1300 pixels. That's the maximum width. Okay, so what do we want to happen on this size? Actually, we need to include this media query. So we cannot import the media up here, because the media queries must always be at the bottom of all of these tiles, because everything is executed line by line. So the media queries must always be at the bottom. So we need to import the media here. So you just type import media. Okay, like we've been doing. Make sure it's not at the top like this. It should be at the bottom of everything, and then you save. So hopefully, so let's inspect actually. So we need to apply media query on these nav items. We want to get rid of them at 1300 pixels. So to do that, we're going to be using display of none. So we need to copy this selector right here. So this is the thing we want to get rid of. Okay, so click the nav items. So we want to get rid of this. So this is the selector that we want to use. So it's header like this. Copy the selector. Okay, and then go to the media query, and then paste the selector, and then here want to get display, want to set to none. It's actually items. Okay, so now it's disappeared, but the button is now next to the logo. So inspect again. We want a way to keep the button where it was. So the button, nav buttons, align items to center. I'm gonna say justify content, flex end. Okay, so the button is gonna be at the end. Okay, so this is the selector here. Copy this selector. Okay, we're going to say justify content, flex end. Okay, it seems to be not working. Navigation, nav item. Oh, that's the wrong selector thing. So this is the selector that I want. Copy the selector. and then I'm gonna paste it. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Okay, so now let's work on the home. So in the home, I'm actually going to manage the padding around the whole website. So I'm going to inspect. So with view padding large, so it's a utility class that we've been using. So I'm going to be adjusting the padding from that utility class. So somewhere like, I don't know, I'll say, you know, about the same size, 1300 pixels. I'm going to, I think, reduce the padding left and right to something like, I don't know, 8 rem, like that. Okay, so this size is 13. I'll do 1380. Okay, so we need to create a new media with a new size. So we're gonna do 1380. So it's a utility class. So I'll show you another way to also do the media query. So I'll copy this media query, right? I'll go to the utilities. In here, the padding large that we want to reduce, I can always do this in here. Because we're using Sass, we can nest. So we can do the media query inside of the actual component that we want to do the media query. So here we can sort of reduce the padding. Okay, we can do 8, or we can do just padding 8 rem around everything, or you can do both 8 rem, 8 rem. It's fine. Okay, so now everything works, as you can see. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see what's going to break first. Okay, so at this size, somewhere like you can also try to resize the images. So somewhere like 1080. I want this text to be smaller. H1 font size, I'm gonna change that to 3 rem. Okay, so you can also select this, or you can go to each individual component and do it in there, but in this case I'm just going to select the name, this selector here, copy selector. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the media. What was it again? I think it was 30. Let me double check. 1080. So I'm going to do 1080, put the selector, and then the font size, put that to 3 rem. Okay, so there it is. You can mess around with the image as well. Okay, so 905. I'm gonna do 905 pixels. I'm going to also mess around with the, copy this 905. Let's go to the utility down here. I'm gonna reduce the padding. I'm gonna put this to 4 rem. Okay, so I'll leave it like that for now. Now we can mess around with the images. Actually, let's try to make them better. Okay, so I think at 840 I'm going to do instead of one FR, we're just going to have one column. Okay, so one column. Okay, so we're going to have repeat so header content, I'm gonna copy this. So what size is this? I'm gonna say oops, so it's 8. I'll do 840 pixels. I'll go main media here. I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to do 840 pixels, 840, and then I'm going to paste in the selector. I'm going to do display. Actually, no, not display. We were using the grid already, so we're going to template columns. That's what we want to change. I'm going to do one FR like that. Okay, I'm gonna refresh, as you can see now. So if you want the image, I'm gonna inspect the images. I'm gonna get rid of one of these images. Right content. Left, right. So left 0. And the width, I think I'm going to increase this width to 100%, and height, I'm going to increase the height to, I don't know, 500 pixels. Okay, I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to go down, put the selector, width 100 pixels, 100%, height is going to be, let's try 500 pixels for now. We can change it later. Okay, there it is. We're going to do left 0, and then we need to hide the other image, this one. So this is the selector here. We're going to copy this selector, paste it down. We're going to do display to none, or you can go to the CSS style to where you've done the styles for that image. You can go and put a media query in there, or you can do it like this. Okay, it's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, it's gone. Okay, there's that. So now let's work on this section, the about. So the about, this is what it looks like. Or we can also hide this mouse at a certain size. Okay, I'm gonna do the about. So this one is using padding LG2. Okay, so go to the utilities. You just need to copy this same thing and put it into the LG2. So here we just need to find a way to do the paddings. So the first one, so for this one, for the 1380, the padding left and right is 8 rem. So left and right, copy this, paste. Left and right, we're gonna set that to 8 rem for both of these. Okay, and then we didn't change top and bottom, so don't worry about that. So this one, left and right, is 4 rem. Okay, so we just need to change 4 rem to 4 rem. Okay, save. Okay, so We also want to actually do the same thing for the grid item here. If you want to let's do the image here and the grid here. So let's check the size that we've done that on. I think if I go to the media, okay, so here it's 840. So we need to do the same thing. Copy there, inspect, I mean. Okay, select the we need to look for the selector where the grid is. So this is the selector. Section about. This is the selector here. That's section about. Okay, so paste it. Oops. That's section about. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. Copy this and put in the section about. Okay, so when I decrease, okay, so there it is. We just need to get rid of the mouse, this one. So oops, it's actually called mouse. I'm just I think I remember the class name. I'm just gonna say dot mouse display to none. Okay, like that. So I might also I'm gonna inspect this image, actually the other one, this one. I'm gonna say border radius. I'm trying to see width 90%. Okay, so I'm gonna, let's try left 0. No, it's not working. Okay, so right about, flex, justify content. Okay, so right about, justify content, copy the selector. This one, justify content, flex start, want it to be at the left side. Okay, like that. We also want this image to have a width of 100%. So dot about image, this one, copy the name, dot about image, width 100%. I want to do that. Okay, now save. Okay, so now the width is now 100%. Okay, so now we modified the utility. So as you can see, this grid was automatically responsive because we've used the min-max property. It will be automatically responsive. We don't need to do any media queries for that. So that's the powerful ways of using a grid. Okay, so now for this section, we just need to inspect here, and the title container, we just need to increase the width size to something like, I don't know, 80% maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna say dot title container, here, width 80%. So make sure you're still in the correct media query. Okay, so 840, that's where I'm changing these properties. Okay, so everything looks good. Scrolling down, so this one we want to do, inspect the recommendation section. So we're gonna have just one column. Okay, we just wanna do one FR for that. Okay, so now as you can see, the content is looking great. So select the section recommendations, Okay, down here, dot section recommendations display, actually grid template columns 1FR, like that, or you can do repeat, it doesn't matter. Okay, like that. So I'm gonna refresh. Everything looks good. Okay, so now let's mess around with this one right here. So this one, let's see what size is going to start breaking. So this one is gonna, let's see. So this one starts to break somewhere here. We just want to inspect, and padding left and right, we need to reduce that, I guess, like this, and then here a little bit. Yeah, I'll copy this padding. Okay, so at what size this is? So this is it. Let's say 1485. So the section, I'm just gonna go to the actual component. So I'm gonna go to the main. So this section is recommendation. Okay, so recommendations. Where's that padding? Actually, it's not a recommendation. It's let me double check this section again. Latest. So in the latest, I'm going to find the latest here. I'm gonna do at media screen. I'm gonna do, and I'm going to do max width. I believe it was 1485. And then I'm going to do those properties. Oh, what the hell? I don't know what's going on here. 4 rem and 2 rem, I think. Like this. I'm gonna save. I don't know if it worked or not. Okay. Okay, it worked. I don't think it did work. No, the media query doesn't show here. So we copy this media selector here. Actually, latest content, padding, 10 rem. Oh, this one should be pixels, so make sure you put pixels here. So if you don't do that, it's not gonna work. Okay, so now everything works. The media query is applied now. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. So at roughly, where is it? Roughly at 8 something, I want to do the same thing with the grid here. I'm gonna do 1FR. So I'm gonna do this. I believe the one that we did was 840 or 804, 840 pixels. You can do the size you want to do. So this one, well, actually I'll do 830. I'll do 830. So 830, cut this. So this one is actually, we want to actually put there. I'm gonna take this, copy this, put in the 830, paste it here. I'm just gonna say 1FR. Okay, so there it is. So we also want to get rid of the padding left here. In the content, latest text, padding left, margin left actually, margin left. So you can take the selector here, or actually we're in there, so you can just do like this, dot latest text, because we're in the actual component, so we can do like that. We can select in there, and then we're going to say margin left to, gonna set that to 0. Okay, so that didn't work because latest content, latest text. That's odd. Okay, you can remove this. You can just copy this and go into the latest text itself, and then we're going to do margin left 0, like that. So there it is. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good so far. Let's keep going. Let's see what we need to do. Also, this one, I'm just going to say gallery container. I'm just gonna do repeat 1 like this, and then we're gonna have them in a single file. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this at media here. Let me see when it actually starts to break. Okay, so I'm gonna inspect. Create item. Okay, so actually I'm also gonna reduce the width at a certain size. So somewhere like here, I'm just gonna reduce container, inspect again. Oops, there it is. I'm gonna reduce this to, oh, it's the rows that I'm reducing. It's the row size. Okay, so I'm gonna also reduce the row size to 274 pixels. I think it's okay because the screen is going to be smaller. So gallery container, gallery, it's in the main, I believe. Gallery container here at media screen. So the size is going to be 975 pixels, and max width we're going to do 975, actually 980 pixels. Okay, like so. Okay, so paste this one here. Okay, that should be it. And then somewhere like this size, 700 pixels. 700 pixels. Copy this, paste it here. Just replace 3 with 1. Okay, so this should be 700 pixels. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it is working, but I just need to get rid of the styles I put in the grid item number. I believe it is number 2. Grid item number 2. I just need to get rid of this. Okay, and then this one I also need to get rid of this one, and I also need to get rid of the rows. Grid template, columns, rows. I'm gonna do 1 row like this. Okay, so we have 1 row. So now let's get rid of the styles. So I'm gonna look for this one. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say initial to put it back to the starting point. Initial. Okay, save. Okay, we've got one more image to do. Is it which one is it? This one. We're also gonna put initial, and then save. Okay, so nothing, doesn't seem to be working. I'm gonna inspect gallery container. Oh, the rows, we don't need to put 1 rows. Actually, we don't need to put 1. Columns, we need 1 column, but we don't need 1 row. So the rows, we want them to be automatic. And I don't know why still we don't want this. And we don't want this. Okay, somehow it didn't work, so I'm just gonna do to the selector. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, copy selector. I'm gonna go to the media. So this one is 700 pixels. Put it to 700 pixels. I'm gonna paste in the selector. Grid, row, initial, I believe, any grid column, initial, like so. I also want to target the gallery image container. Pre-template rows, automatic. Okay. Something's weird happening. Image number. Okay. Image number 3. Okay, so now we just need to select this image number 3. Copy selector. I'm gonna say grid column, initial. We're gonna put it back to its original state, initial state. Okay, so yeah, now everything works fine. Or you can reduce this grid gap to a smaller value, or 1.5 if you so choose to do that. So I'm gonna dot gallery container grid gap 1.5 gram. I believe that's the container, that's the class for that. gallery container. I think I need to select with the actual selector. Copy selector. I'm gonna paste it like this. Grid gap. I'm gonna do 1.5 rem. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this for these media queries. For the first part, I'll see you on the next part where we're going to be doing some fonts and other remaining stuff. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome back. So now let's continue where we left off. Let's keep going. Now let's do this footer here. So this footer is using flex, so we're using flex wrap to go to the next line. Okay, so that means this footer is automatically responsive. Okay, so what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to get rid of the bottom navigation, logo container, nav B. I'm gonna get rid of this, actually this specific item, this one right here. I'm gonna get rid of margin left and right on one specific item. So this one, I'm gonna give it a class. So not only this, okay, so, and actually also Instagram. So we start with the company. I'm gonna give it a class. I'm gonna go find company. So this one, I'm gonna say company. Okay, so I'm going to inspect. Okay, so I'm gonna select this selector, copy selector. I'm gonna go at this 710 pixels. At media, I'm going to create another one for 710 pixels. 710. So this one is going to be company. Margin left, it's going to be 0. Is in margin or padding? Let me double check again. Company. Okay, so I think I'll just do like this. Margin, I'm going to set that to 0. And then I'm going to save also the HTML file. Oops, nothing seems to be working here. Company. For some reason, the company class you know what, I'll copy this, I'll cut. I'm gonna go to the main. I'm gonna look for nav B. There it is. Dot company. I believe. Yep, that's the name. Margin. I'm gonna say margin 0. I'm just testing to see if it's gonna affect. Okay, yeah, it's affecting the company. Margin is 0 now. So I'm going to do that at media query. This media query here, I'm gonna say margin top and bottom. I'm gonna set that 1 rem. Left and right, I'm gonna set that to 0. Okay, so there it is. It's working. So we also need to do the same thing for the IG stuff. IG. Okay. So it for now IG only wants margin top. Okay, so I'm gonna go and look for the IG section. So it's IG. Go back to the main, look for IG, copy the media, IG. I'm gonna say margin top 1 rem. Okay, to match up with the company. So now, yeah, everything looks good. Okay, so now at 665, I'll do 660. I want the margin left here to be 0. So I'm gonna copy this and duplicate 665 pixels, margin left. We're gonna set that to 0. Oh, let's double check. I think it's not. It's actually 660. Oops, 660. It's being weird. Let's try 640. Okay, let's go back to 660. I don't know why it's being weird. Okay, yeah, let's do a 660, and then I'm gonna inspect the here for the contact. Inspect nav B contact. So at 665, nav B contact. Okay, margin left 0. And margin top 1 rem. Okay, so like that, or you can put more to distinguish between these icons. Okay, let's do 2 rem to leave some sort of big gap between the icons and the rest of the footer. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Now we just need to do some bits. This bit here. So when is this gonna start breaking? Oops, there it is. So it's gonna start breaking at okay, I think okay, I'm gonna inspect this one. So video content, it has a padding of 18 rem. Video content. I'm gonna select the selector here. Select. I'm gonna go to the utilities. I'm gonna do it like here. This one, video content. I'm gonna copy the same thing here, padding left and right. Actually, not this one. in here. So in down here below, I'm gonna copy this media query, paste it down here, and let's do the selector. Copy the selector here, this video content, copy selector, paste it down here. So the reason why I'm doing it is I just want to copy this padding here, and so I know the values that I'm using. So I'm going to copy also this, so I want to know the values I'm using for each size. Copy this, cut this, and replace. Okay, and then we can cut this back. We can cut this back to the rest of the media queries here. We can put it anywhere you like, and then I'm gonna save. Okay, so yeah, there is this section. Now we can decrease even more. Okay, so I think at 11:30 media, 11:30 pixels. What do I want to do? Grid. So I'm gonna, where's the grid property? Just do 1FR. Okay, so I'm gonna go grid template column 1FR. So we just want one column. Okay, so yeah, there it is. I'm gonna inspect this one, the title, left vidcon, I think I need to set the width to 100% on that one, and then the h4, okay, so yeah, so the h4 display inline block. Okay, it doesn't matter. Refresh this. We just need to worry about the font size. Keep going. Let's see what's going to break first. Okay, so now let's do 600 pixels. So everything looks good. We can still reduce this font size here. We can also get rid of this button if you want to, and then we can put something else. Okay, so yeah, so now we can sort of get rid of the buttons, reduce the font size. So let's start at 6. Actually, let's go down a bit, go down a bit. Go down a bit. Okay, so I'm also want to reduce the padding actually. So at 450 pixels, utilities, 450, 450, I do 1.5. RAM. Okay, and then we do the same here, duplicate, we do 450, 450, we do 1.5 and 1.5. Okay, so we're gonna leave So this image right here, we want to sort of give padding bottom actually. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll go to the body, to the style, color font. I think in the body here, I'm gonna say font size. I'm gonna set that to 1.1 rem. Okay, to make it smaller a little bit. Okay. I also need the I'm gonna go to the, I think before the body, I'm gonna do HTML. I'll do this, and then I think I'll just do something like this font size. Let's say 70%. Let's see if this is gonna work. I'm just testing out. Okay, so it's gonna affect like all of the font. Okay, so I'm gonna put this to 90% to see what value is gonna work best. Okay, I think 90% is good. Okay, so it's gonna reduce every font size in this website. So 90% works fine. We can mess around with this button. Okay, so now let's see. We need to mess around with this one here, header content. So for the header content, we seem to have like a big padding top. So here, yeah, so padding top. Actually, I want to also only change the header content. So I'm gonna copy this selector, I'm just gonna target the header content, not in here. Go to the utility, actually the main, or here, it doesn't matter. So let me double check the media again. It's okay, from this size, 831. Header content 840. I'm gonna say padding top. I'm gonna reduce this to 4 rem. Okay, so yeah, it looks good, looks better. Okay, yeah, it looks better. For these ones as well, these are grid items. You can make them go one after another, but I don't think that will look good. But I think this looks better. So yeah, everything looks good. You can even go deeper by changing each component one by one. Okay, we can even do 415. Copy this, copy, duplicate, and then this one is going to be 415, and then I'm going to paste this one, and then I'm going to change this to 2 rem. Okay, I remove this. You don't need this grids and stuff. Even there, we don't need it. Where did we do it? Here, you don't need this one as well. Oh, seems like we do need it. Header content. Oh, that's the wrong one. So okay, so yeah, there it is. So you can go as lower as you can. Let me try to see this one as well. So this one, I'm gonna inspect. So this one has a padding for left and right for rem. I'm gonna reduce. Oops, I'm reducing the wrong one. Left and right. I need this to be 1.5. So this size is roughly 400 something. So this one should be, was it in the main? I'm gonna say video. Oops, video. I can't remember where I did the styles for the video. Video, main, video. It's not here. Media, video. Okay, there it is. So this one is going to be, let's say, 420 or 450 pixels. I'm going to do 1.5 RAM, and then I might as well reduce this one to 6 RAM. Let's see what that looks like. Refresh. 450 pixels video content. Section video content. For some reason it didn't apply the padding. Override this by doing important 1.5 RAM. Just override the existing one. Okay, so I think everything looks good. We can also go deeper by changing the title here, the size. I think it looks good to me. Okay, so let's see what else we need to change here. This size here, I think it looks good to me as well. You can change the size as well to a smaller font if you want to, but I think it looks good to me. So actually here, inspect the about. So left about, let's do the whole section, shall we? Margin top. Actually, I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to do the section latest. Okay, so this size, I say dot section latest. I'm pretty sure it's not section latest. Let me double check. It's about section about. Margin top. I'm gonna say 5 RAM just to test out if it's working. Okay, yeah, that works. I mean, I'm gonna set that to 3 RAM or 4 RAM, just to leave space in between the image. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think it looks really good now. If you really want to change anything, it's up to you. You can try to see what kind of stuff you want to change. Okay, so if you want to do like a smaller device, like a smaller width, you can go to that device and start tweaking the styles according to that device. Okay, but for this case, I think this one looks good for this one, for these devices. So this is the minimum here for this device. I think everything looks good. You can go deeper as much as you want, so the rest is up to you. That's it for this project, and that's it for this media query section. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so welcome back. So this video is optional. We're going to be making some animations on this home page. Okay, so let's go to the styles, let's go to main, actually header. In the header, so for the navigation, I want to animate the navigation. I'm going to say at keyframes. Oops. At keyframes, I'm going to watch Sass. So here I'm going to say nav hide. So that's the name of the animation. And then we're going to say at 0%, we're going to translate. We're going to translate on the y-axis. I'm going to set that to -100%. -100%. And then on 100%, it's going to be 0. 100%. We're going to put that to 0. Okay. And then let's use the animation. Animation, I'm going to say, what's good? Nav hide. And then we're going to say it's going to take a duration of 1 second maybe. And then we're going to do ease in and ease out. And then let's save. Okay, so there's the animation. That's the navigation. So it's taking 1 second to come in. So after that, after the navigation, we're going to do the nav content. So I'm going to copy this animation here, keyframes. I think is it the nav items. I'm going to inspect navigation. So refresh. Okay, I think I'm also going to do the nav items. So the nav items, save. So for the nav items, I think I will do the opacity. Okay, so I'm going to set opacity. I'm going to set that to 0. And then at 100%, I want to say opacity. I'm going to set that to 1. So I'm going to say nav hide 2. Okay, I'm going to do animation. Nav hide 2. This one is going to be 1 second. Ease in and ease out again. Okay, so we're animating the opacity. Doesn't seem to animate the opacity. Nav items. Nav hide 2. Opacity. Okay, so refresh. Inspect this. Nav items. Animation. Nav hide 2. Let's refresh again. Okay, so let's try to put this to 3 seconds. I just want to double check the opacity. Okay, so the opacity is working. Okay, yeah, so let's do a delay actually. So we can do a delay. So we can put this to 2 seconds maybe. So when this comes, and then this one is going to come after, like that. Or we can do 3 seconds. 3 seconds, or we can do a delay for that. So I think 3 seconds is good. Okay, or we can do a delay. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. I'm also going to apply this into the logo. Okay, so the logo is going to do the same. The logo and the button. Nav items, nav item, collapse. Nav items. I'm looking for that button there. So I'm going to give the button a class. Go back to the index. Nav btns. Ctrl F. Nav btns. Nav items. I'm going to say dot nav btns container. Okay, I'm going to add the animation in there. Okay, so yeah, everything just comes down slowly, and then it's animating the opacity. It's going to take 3 seconds to animate the opacity. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. And then let's do here, this section here. So this is the left header content. So let's target the left header content. left. Oh, so header content. Okay, so there it is. So we can actually create a separate file for the animations if you want to do that, and then we can reuse those animations over and over again. So it's up to you what you decide to do, but in this case I'm just showing you how to do those animations. You can create a separate file and then import those animations and then just use the name here. Okay, so here I'm going to do it keyframes. I'm going to paste the value that I have actually, and then I'm going to animate this differently. So we're starting with opacity and then transform. We're going to translate X. We're going to say content hide. Okay, so this one is going to take 1 second. We're going to start at -120% away. Okay, so 120%, and then we're going to go back to 0. Okay, so 0, like this, save. Okay, so there it is. But this one is quite slow actually. I'm going to reduce the delay for that. The animation duration, I mean, I'm going to put this to 1.5. Okay, so like that. Makes sense. So we can animate the title separately as well. So as you can see, it's animating in. I think we can also do scale if we want to. So let's see, we can content hide, we can do scale. We can scale this in the Y, on the Y axis. So let's do 0, and then we can do 1 here. So it's gonna scale like that. It's gonna come in scaling. Okay, so we're scaling the Y axis here, as you can see. Or we can try to do that on the X axis. Let's see what kind of effect we're gonna get. Save. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna go like this. I think the X effect is actually good. We can do the Y on the images. Okay, so yeah, I kind of like the effect that I'm getting. Let's do the images, the right. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste that to the right content. Okay, so this one, we're going to translate Y actually. Y is going to be like so far away. Okay, let's try that. Animation. Oh, we're going to do animation, and then we're going to do let's do this one, content hide 2. That's the name of the animation. The duration is going to be 1 second. Okay, and then it's going to do ease in and ease out. Okay, so it's okay, so let's don't forget to ease in and ease out. Ease in and ease out. So it's not animating. Wrong animation name. Okay, so there it is. So it's coming from the Y. So we can actually put a delay to that. So we can say animation delay. So we can say I want to delay this by 0.5 seconds. Okay, so it's actually visible first, so we need to set the visibility to none, I believe, none, and then I believe we need to set visibility, and then here none, and then I think we need to do something like visible, I believe. Let's save. Let's see what we get. Nope, it's not working. Visibility, no. You know what, let's mess around with opacity. Let's do opacity. We're going to set that to 0, I think, but it's going back to the default state. Let's see, CSS keep animation end state. So how do we keep the end state? I forgot. I remember I've done that. I've done it before for some reason. What's going on? Animation state. Okay, so element retain the style values from. Okay, so yeah, so we have to say animation fill mode. I think is it forwards. I believe that's what they said. Okay, so refresh. Yeah, so now it's working as it should be. Okay, but it's doing that little glitch there. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that little glitch is, so you can try maybe to change this animation. Actually, it's fine now. Okay, so like that. There's a bit of a delay, and then the images appear like that. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so we can also animate this button so it comes from this direction here. Okay, so it comes like from up here instead of coming from this side. So yeah, that's how you can do some of the animations on the page. You can go to detail by animating every element one by one. Maybe these images, you can take one of these images, it comes from off screen, and then it comes to this position. When it comes up, this one comes from up, this one comes from down, and try to make them animate like that. So yeah, that's it for this video. So this video was actually optional. So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this is where we left off, but I've done some minor changes. The only thing I've done is I've removed the animations from CSS. So now when I refresh, there's no animations. We're going to be doing all of those animations using GSAP and JavaScript. Okay, we're going to do slightly different animations from the ones that I've done with CSS. But before we start doing our animations, I'm just going to show you a quick progress report of the project that I'm working on. So basically, if you missed my last video, so the project I'm working on is called Snippet Master. It's going to be an app that allows you to save some code snippets, or you can share some snippets. So this is the main homepage of the app. If you haven't created an account, you're going to see something like this. It's like a main feed, and then you can scroll down. You can load more data. Okay, so this is the main idea. You can also change the theme. Okay, and then you can also click the user. You can see snippets that are created by that user you've clicked on. You can copy these snippets. Okay, so if you press copy, everything will be copied to your clipboard. Okay, so when I go to the next page, I can paste that whatever you copied. So yeah, you can see the information about the user, the bio, the name, when the user joined, or when you go to home page, when you click the like, when you're not logged in, it's going to lead you to the login page. I'm just going to log in as an admin. Okay, so oops, I think my password is wrong. There's good validations. Okay, so now I need to put a preload on the login. Okay, so now I've logged in as an admin. So by the way, as you can see by the homepage, there's new buttons. So if you're the owner of the snippet, you're going to be able to see these two buttons. If you're not the owner, you won't be able to see delete and edit. So here I'm the owner. I can delete this snippet. I can say delete. You sure want to delete, and then okay, and then it will be deleted. As you can see, it's gone. When I scroll down, I'm not the owner of this snippet, so you won't see those buttons. And by the way, you can like and unlike these snippets. Okay, so it says 0 likes, and then when I say one like. Okay, so the text is dynamic as well. You can like everything. There's a bug here. I don't know what's going on. You can like. So yeah, that's the main idea. Or when you let me try to create a new snippet, I'll copy this code, and then I'm gonna paste the code, create snippet. There's validations here as well. I'm gonna say testing data. I'm gonna say 5. I'm gonna create snippet. it's gonna say at least 1 tag is required. So you have a maximum of 7 tags. So as you can see, these tags are not clickable anymore. So I can deselect and select something else, but the maximum is 7. Okay, I cannot select anything else. I can deselect these tags. I can create the snippet. As you can see, there it is. For some reason there's a bug, there's one like, I don't know what's going on. I'll fix it later. Okay, and then we can create snippets. We can go to my snippets. We can see the snippets we've created. As you can see, I haven't done some filtering system here. It's going to be filtering system here. I'm going to do that later. Excuse me. Okay, and then we're going to be able to filter snippets, and then you're going to see all the snippets we've created. And then we can go to the settings. So here you can put the links to your page, to your GitHub, to wherever you want to go. Okay, so we have GitHub, LinkedIn, and email. And then you can put some bio. You can change the email. Let me say the name, change the name to show you it's working. Okay, admin user, and then I'm going to change the username. And then when I save, let me try to go to my profile. I should have a quick link, by the way, here to go to the profile. I'll do that later, a public profile. And then yeah, here is the name changed. Okay, so now we can also go to the help. There's tabs which I haven't done, and then we also have the admin panel. So here you can see every snippet that has been created. You have the power to delete because of admin to delete anything in here. I'm going to remove this edit button later. You can create new tags. So for example, when I create snippet, as you can see, we have test tag 4. That's the last tag. I can double click. It's going to delete that tag. When I create, it's no longer there. And then I'm going to create test tag. I'm going to say 5. Then I'm going to say create tag. There it is. When I create snippet, test tag 5, there it is. Okay, so basically that is the main idea. So we can also search. I'm gonna say Java. I'm gonna search. It returns anything that has to do with Java, whatever. And then I'm gonna remove the query, and then it's gonna refetch whatever was on the home page. Yeah, so that is the main idea of the app. I'm still working on the app. I'm still learning as well. So it's a big learning process for me to build this app. So if you have any feedback, that'll be very appreciated. Okay, so yeah, let's get into the video. Let's start doing the animations. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new JavaScript file. In here, let's do app.js. Okay, so in the index.html, I'm going to link the app.js here. Just write script, then source app.js. Okay, so we need to get GSAP CDN. That's how you get GSAP. So you go for the CDN, copy this link, go above, below the fonts, we're going to paste in GSAP. Okay, so now we've got GSAP. So let's go to the app.js. Actually, on the main page, I'm going to add an overlay to cover the whole page. So the class for that, I'm going to do go above the header dot page overlay. Okay, so it's just an empty div with a black color covering the entire page. Okay, so into the style CSS, the Sass, there's a page overlay class with a width of 100% absolute, top 0, background of black. Just add this class. Okay, and make sure you compile your Sass, don't forget. So now let's go back to the app.js. Let's start doing some animations. So now we need to select the page overlay. Const page overlay equal to document to query selector, and then here we're going to select the page overlay. So here let's create a timeline from GSAP. Let's say timeline. So a timeline allows us to create animations that are going to play one after another. So I'm going to say const TL. So the timeline, TL is stands for timeline. So you can name this timeline whatever you want. You can say timeline 1, timeline 2. I'm just going to name this TL timeline. I'm going to say GSAP. So here we're going to do some defaults. Okay, so defaults. So for the defaults, I'm going to give it a default duration. So each animation is going to have a duration of 1 second. So you can also do ease. Okay, you can do a default ease here. You can set to none. You can remove the ease, but in this case, I'm only going to do the duration. Okay, so now we have it's actually gsub.timeline. Okay, timeline like this. So now we have a timeline. Let's animate this div here. So here I'm gonna say timeline TL. I'm gonna say dot from to. So the from to method is going to animate two states, from and the to state. Okay, so here we put what the initial and then where we're going to animate to. So what element are we going to animate? We're going to animate page overlay. So we're going to animate the opacity. Opacity is going to start from 0 and then it's going to go to 1. Now let's save. As you can see, the opacity is animating. Actually, we don't need to animate the opacity for this one. We only need to animate the x-axis. I was just showing you if it works. So let's do x. So x is going to start from 0. And then here, x is going to, let's do, how many? Let's do 100%. Okay, I want it off the screen. So when I refresh, okay, it's going to go off the screen. Perfect. So now we need to do the from to method again, dot from to. Now we're going to animate a different element. Okay, so the element we're going to animate, I'm going to select some elements. I'm just going to paste in the selectors. Okay, perfect. So here are selectors. I didn't want to waste your time doing the selectors one by one. Okay, so we're selecting this section. So this is the query selector or so when I go back to the HTML, so you see the sections. Each section is a class of section. So we're using a query selector or to select sections. Select all of these sections. Okay, query selector or everything, all of the sections. So whenever you see query selector or, that means we're selecting multiple items with that same class name. Okay, so yeah, every class name here is self-explanatory. So now let's start animating. So here let's do lines. So lines, we're going to animate these lines here, the background lines. Okay, so for the lines, we're going to start with opacity. Let's start with 0. And also we're going to animate the Y. So Y, I'm going to do minus, let's do scale. Let's scale it. Scale Y, I'm going to start from 0. Okay, and then let's do opacity to 1. So from 0 to 1, and then scale, it's going to also go to 1. Okay, so now let's refresh. Nothing happens. We're going to see why nothing happens. Lines, because we do not have line selector. Okay, so we need to select the lines. So if you go here, there's lines class. Let me refresh. Perfect. As you can see, the lines are animating. There they are. Perfect. So now after the lines, what we're going to do, we're going to also animate. Let's animate the header, shall we? Header. So header is the main header, this whole thing. Okay, so for the header, we don't want to animate scale. We want opacity and Y. I'm going to do minus 60 for Y. And then I'm going to do Y. I'm going to do 0. Okay. Y. Okay, so the animations are playing one after another. But, so if you want the animation to play a bit sooner, put comma after the 2. Comma here, I'm going to say minus equal to 1. It's going to play 1 second sooner. Okay. Perfect. So now let's go down. We need to animate the navigation. So for the navigation, I'm going to animate the Y, the opacity. Okay, so that's basically it. Same thing like this. Save. Okay, So the navigation animates, and then we're going to animate nav items. Nav items. So for nav items, we're going to animate opacity, the Y as well. Okay, but we want to stagger this the animation for the nav items. Okay, so for nav items, let's stagger. So nav items, after the Y 0, let's do stagger, so they can kind of, you know, create a cool effect going one by one after another. Okay, so let's do stagger 0.10. Okay, so as you can see, they're now staggering nicely. Okay, I wanted to play way more sooner. I'll do 1.3. Okay, so now it's like quick 1.3. Nice. So I'm gonna animate header content. So for the header content, I'm gonna animate the opacity, the Y. Okay, I'm gonna remove the stagger, and also I'm going to, I'll keep it 1.3 actually. 1.3. Let's save. Okay, perfect. You can animate each individual header section. So there's the left section and the right section. I don't want to make it too much, you know what I mean? So you can add as many animations as you want. So if you want to select the sections, go to the header, select the left section here. This is the class, the left header content or the right header content. You can select that those classes individually. So here I'm going to also animate the mouse. So I want the mouse to show after everything, you know, after everything on our timeline is played. So here I'm only going to animate the opacity of the mouse. Okay, opacity of the mouse. Save. Okay, something is wrong. Mouse opacity 0 because we need a curly braces. Save. Okay, and after everything finished playing, there's a weird effect here. I don't know what's going on. Refresh. Okay, everything works fine now. Okay, and then the mouse shows after everything finished playing. Okay, so now we'll stop the video now. We're going to do the scroll animations in the next video. And now for the scroll animations, we're going to be using Scroll Magic, and what else are we going to be using? Yeah, we're going to be using the GSAP plugin as well that connects Scroll Magic with GSAP. So if you say Scroll Magic CDN, go to the CDN, copy Scroll Magic, and then paste it down here. Go to the Scroll Magic GSAP. We're going to get the debug indicators. I'm going to explain what they do later. Just before the app.js script tag, paste in the debug indicators, and then we're going to get the plugin. This is what is it? Oh, there it is. So this is the GSAP plugin that allows us to connect GSAP and Scroll Magic. Copy that and just put it before the indicators. So make sure the ordering is correct. So here I start with the Scroll Magic, and then the Scroll Magic plugin, the GSAP plugin, and then the debug indicators, and then the script.js. Okay, so make sure you're ordering correct like this. So sometimes if you don't order these script tags in a way like this, it's not going to work. So make sure you order like this in this video. Okay, so now let's start with creating a new function. Scroll animations. So first we're going to create a controller from Scroll Magic. Const controller equals to new Scroll Magic and then that's it. We don't need to do anything else. Scroll magic actually is called .controller. Okay, that's how we create a controller. So down here, I'm going to loop over all of these sections. So the sections, remember the sections, we're doing a query selector, or we're selecting all sections. Okay, so I'm going to say for each, I'm going to say for each section. So here for each, we can get these sections, each individual section, or we can also get the index, and then we can get all of the sections. So in this case, I only want this section, each individual section. So for each individual section, I'm going to create a timeline. I'm going to say const tl. It's going to be equal to GSAP.timeline. Okay, we're going to set the defaults. Duration, I'm going to set that to 1. Okay, so here I'm going to set TL, the standard from to. We're going to animate each section. Okay, so let's start with the opacity. Excuse me. 0. And then let's also animate the opacity to 1. Okay, from 0 to 1. Okay, so now let's create something called a scene. Okay, so it should be scene. So here we're going to say let's scene, go to new. We're going to create an instance of a scene from scroll magic. Okay, so we're going to say scroll magic dot scene. Okay, it's going to take an object. So here I'm going to say trigger element. So what's going to be the trigger element? It's going to be the section, and then the trigger hook. The trigger hook is going to be at what point on the screen do we want to trigger the animation. So let's start with 0.5, which is 50% of the screen. 0.5, that means 50%. Okay, if we do 0.6, that's 60%. So 0.5 is mid screen. Let's do 0.5. Okay, so now we have the scene. So how do we work with this scene? So how do we make everything work? So here we're going to say let's do dot add indicators. So the indicators are going to be coming from the debug indicators here. Okay, they're going to be coming from the debug indicators. We've already imported the file. There it is, debug indicators. So indicators. So let's run scroll animations. Okay, so now let's open this with live server. Okay, now we don't see anything yet, and we have no errors. Okay, perfect. That means we're going to the right direction. So what we need to do is we're gonna say dot add to controller. Okay, so this add to is coming from our scroll magic. Okay, so these are scroll magic methods. Okay, so now let's save. As you can see, now we have a debugger. So it says the trigger. So this is the start. So when I scroll, when it is the trigger, that's when we want to trigger the animation. Okay, so by the way, we can change the color of these debuggers. So we can do an object here in the indicators. I'm going to say color start. I'm going to set that to white, and then let's do the color trigger. Color trigger, I'm going to set that to white also. Okay, so now save, as you can see. Okay, so now let's try to change the trigger hook. Let's do 0.8. Okay, so now it's way down here, so the animation will trigger from this position. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it at 0.8. That's where I want to trigger the animation. Excuse me. Actually, let's do 0.7. It's 70% of the screen. Okay, from the top. Okay, that's where I want to trigger the animation. Perfect. So how do we make the animation work? Well, let's do dot set tween. So this is a scroll magic method. So here we're going to put the timeline. Okay, so make sure you do it in this order. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, when we scroll, the animation works. So we're only doing the opacity at the moment. Okay, as you can see, it works. Or we can increase decrease this to 0.5. Okay, when we scroll down, it triggers at 0.5. Okay, I think I'll leave it at 0.6. That's where I want the animation to trigger. Okay, 0.6. Perfect. So now let's animate something else. So in here, instead of let's do Y. So Y, excuse me, I'm gonna do -60. I'm gonna do scale 0. I'm gonna do Y 0, scale 0. Scale is actually 1. Save. Let's refresh this. Okay, so the animation is triggering nicely. Okay, so yeah, you can do as many animations as you want. You can animate more sections, the footer, whatever. It's up to you. And also when we go back, the animation is reversing. We want to get rid of this effect. You can keep it if you want. I'm going to get rid of it. So to get rid of the reverse effect, we just say reverse, and then we're going to say false. Okay, so now it won't reverse the animation. Okay, so yeah, that's the basics of GSAP. You can definitely, now you have knowledge to do more animations. You can definitely do more animations if you want. You can just select the sections you want to animate using the class, the header. You can select the left header section or the right header content using the classes, and then you can animate those with new timelines. You can create as many timelines as you want. So yeah, I'm going to comment out these debuggers. Okay, I'm gonna comment them. So now, as you can see, everything looks perfect. Okay, all right, I think I will increase this to 0.7. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this project. If you have any questions, you can ask me through the comment section, or you can send me an email. Please, though, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. If you have any requests like what videos you want me to make, any videos you want to see in the future, just let me know in the comment section. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one.